Good morning, everyone. My name is Zrinka Stahuljak. I'm professor of comparative literature and French here at UCLA and director of the Center for Early Global Studies, CMRS Center for Early Global Studies, that was Center for Medieval and Renaissance Studies since 1962 and just became in 2021 CMRS Center for Early Global Studies. It is my very special privilege to greet you this morning to our symposium on Hebrew illuminated manuscripts, transcultural interpretation and transmission, to welcome and thank warmly our guests, our participants, our panel chairs, thank those who agreed to take airplanes at the time when none of us was sure that this would be possible. To welcome those of you who are here with us in person in our stately Royce Hall, and to greet the many members of the remote audience who are joining us on Zoom or watching us on our live stream channel. This moment is special for several reasons. It is CMRS-CEGS' first in-person event in 25 months, since March 5th, 2020. It is also the first in-person event since the last larger conference gathering held here on UCLA campus that took place on January 30th, 2020, the event that was called Early History of Africa, New Narratives for a History of Connections and Brokers. On that occasion, we were very fortunate to collaborate with the J. Paul Getty Museum in conjunction with the exhibition curated by Kristen Collins and Brian Keane, both of whom will be with us here today. The exhibition was Balthazar, a Black African king in medieval and Renaissance art. For today's event, the Hebrew illuminated manuscripts, I have had the immense pleasure of collaborating again with the Getty, with Elizabeth Morrison, Senior Curator of Manuscripts at the Getty. And to round off our list of firsts, this is the first in-person gathering since the center changed its name in the midst of the pandemic 7 months ago to CMRS Center for Early Global Studies. It is a mark of our times, a durable reminder of what we have lived with for 25 months now, that so many are here with us today remotely, thanks to the newly installed technology in Royce Hall. And this is a moment for me to thank our Dean of Humanities, David Schaberg, who agreed with the suggestion and then made possible this tech upgrade to the rooms, whose caretakers are the CMRS-CEGS and its staff. Having the early history of Africa and the Hebrew illuminated manuscripts as the start and end dates, and I think, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to take my mask off. This is hard, okay. It is a mark of our times. So having the early history of Africa and the Hebrew illuminated manuscripts as the start and end dates, and I certainly think that we all agree that we hope these are the start and end dates, it feels to me as if it is all coming full circle. This block of time, united in its many coincidences, marks the kind of work that the center, its staff, its faculty, its graduate students accomplished during, with, and in spite of the pandemic. In my introductory remarks for the Early History of Africa Symposium, I expressed my hope as Center's director that we would embrace the world and the diversity of temporalities that we call early historical. During the traditional geographic span that the Center has covered since its foundation, from late antiquity to the 17th century, the world was much bigger than Europe. It was an opportunity then to reflect critically on periodization, on polycentric study, on the early history of the global South, on the very constitution of our disciplines. With the pandemic hindsight, it is obvious, as Monica Green has argued for a long time, that history, as the history of the plague, for example, has to be global. In this brief sketch, I hope you begin to see the reasons behind our name change. We kept the old acronym of CMRS in honor of the center's 58-year-long history of medieval and Renaissance studies, in order to counteract the varying periodizations across the globe, which do not fit neatly along the European lines of division of ancient and medieval. and where parts of the world outside of Europe often do not know a Renaissance. Early was the best term to accommodate the periods under the center's current temporal purview. The term early also circumvents the problem of always centering the earlier time periods in relation to modernity, as in the term pre-modern, and thus avoids the pitfalls of teleology, of working on the presumption of progress from the past to the present. In order to recognize the plurality and diversity of regional world systems and the diversity of our faculty who study various areas of the globe, and to highlight the comparative study that underlies the research agenda of the center, we chose the term global studies. We structure our research agenda through 5 research axes. They are sustainability repurposing, fluidity permanence, bodies performance, conversion mobility, communication archive. Research axes are not premised on spatial or temporal connectivity, or not only, but they are always connected methodologically. In that sense, CMRS-CEGS, by its size, by its faculty and their research, champions a new understanding of global studies. That is, it promotes the studies of the early global. We do see all areas of the world as equally epistemologically productive. Finally, this also allowed us to account for what we had never previously done. The fact that one of the world's biggest research centers dedicated to almost 1,500 years of human past is physically located in California on the Pacific Rim at the extreme of the Western world that opens onto the Asia Pacific and is connected to the long history of the indigenous North and South Americas. CMRS-CEGS respectfully acknowledges our presence on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. As a land grants institution, we pay our respects to the Hunukweta, Ahihirom, Eyuhinkem, past, present, and emerging. Hebrew illuminated manuscripts, transcultural interpretation and transmission, falls within the continuity of our thinking, and it is why I'm so pleased that it is the inaugural in-person event of the updated CMRS-CEGS. This conference highlights the plurality of centers and modes of manuscript production and connects that knowledge across disciplinary boundaries. Beth Morrison and I also wanted to see how a single object, the Rothschild Pentateuch, crosses geographical and religious boundaries and provides the impetus for a wider discussion on Hebrew manuscript culture in Europe, on communities that produced families of Hebrew manuscripts, their textual and iconographic traditions. All of this as a touchstone of interaction and contact across languages and societies. This event also reaffirms our commitment to disciplinarity, the main grounds for any future transdisciplinarity and comparatism. It also reaffirms our regional partnerships, such as with the Huntington Library, but very much so with the J. Paul Getty Museum. And I thank Beth Morrison and the Getty for its co-sponsorship of this event. And it allows us to renew our institutional partnerships, in this case with the UCLA Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies. I thank warmly Sarah Abrevaya-Stein, Viterbi Family Endowed Chair in Mediterranean Jewish Studies, and Sadie and Ludwig Kahn, Director of the Levy Center, for her generous co-sponsorship. A final note on the start and end points of this narrative. I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the invaluable staff of CMRS-CEGS. We have all been bewildered, or perhaps I should say, speak only for me. I have been bewildered by the return to an in-person life, and perhaps even surprised at how challenging and difficult the social and professional lives are when they used to feel so much easier, so natural. I've become painfully aware of everything that is paratextual, so to speak, paratextual to our object, but none of what we've accomplished during the pandemic and coming out of it today. None of the paratextual would be possible without the staff who are one of the greatest assets at UCLA. Karen Burgess, assistant director of the center, who keeps it all together and is my biggest resource at all times. Brett Landenberger, our webmaster, whose tech prowess is behind the visual embodiment of the center's intellectual objectives. Erin Romo, our event manager, without whom I assure you none of us would be here today at the same time and at the same place, because you would have taken wrong airplanes. I would have not shown up on time. No coffee or food would have been delivered. None of the code verifications would have been done. And guess what? Our wonderful audience on Zoom would not be able to ask questions. Now, to their extraordinary efforts, I do want to add those of Alison McCann, who is our publications manager of the renowned journals Viator and Comitatus and a book series with Breppels, and finally, Shufeng Dunn, who will make sure that everyone will be properly reimbursed. And with that very essential element of my introduction, please allow me to invite to the podium David Schaberg, Professor of Asian Languages and Cultures and Dean of the Humanities at UCLA, who will say a few words of welcome, and then will be followed by Beth Morrison, my co-organizer, Senior Curator of Manuscripts at the J. Paul Getty Museum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zrinka. That was such a comprehensive set of welcoming remarks that I find that I'm in some ways repeating things that you said, but really emphasizing them with great sincerity. I want to offer a word of welcome. I want to offer several words of gratitude. And then I just want to offer a personal reflection about what this event means to me as I reflect on it. I mean, first, the welcome, and that's to those of you who are sitting in the room with us and those of you who are listening in remotely. I sincerely hope, and I think all of my colleagues at UCLA share the hope, that we're going to be able to continue in something like this high flex mode. That is, that the audiences that we succeeded in attracting to research center events during the pandemic, very large audiences, in fact, will continue to attend. Some people will perhaps be able to attend occasionally in person and occasionally remotely, but we really have a lot of hope in the extension of this research enterprise and this public-facing research enterprise through remote means that we hope will persist for a long time and continue to develop the public of this center. As you've learned from what Professor Stahuljak said, this center has an intensely engaged mission that has to do with looking back at the traditional territory of CMRS, the Center for Medieval and Renaissance Studies, and pushing it forward, as is indicated by the new name of the center, CMRS Center for Early Global Studies, looking at to see how what is covered in the humanities at UCLA, what is covered in the study of those centuries between, I'm not sure exactly how you define the period, but starting, I think, 7th century, even 6th century, and moving forward into what has been called the early modern period, that those centuries will be covered with a full awareness of the extent and contacts among regions and cultures of the world, those interactions that gave us, ultimately, the modern world. I see this kind of conference as fulfillment of the new mission that's been defined for CMRS-CEGS. And I see the collaboration that went into making this conference, the collaboration between CMRS-CEGS, the Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies, and the J. Paul Getty Museum as absolutely exemplary of what UCLA can do and should be doing as a platform for the city of Los Angeles right now. This is what we should be doing, bringing people together and making programs that are relevant to multiple institutions and multiple constituencies throughout the city. As Zrinka noted, we cannot do this without the careful, steady, trusting collaboration of faculty, staff, and students, people working together to make things happen here at UCLA, here in this room, and in all the rooms that are receiving this transmission elsewhere around the world. As I reflect on the specific artifact that's under consideration during these sessions, obviously it's very attractive because of the way it crosses borders, because of the way it moved, because of the way that it has come to this city after its peregrinations across Europe. And that's one of the features and one of the things that makes most suitable for this kind of return to campus together. As I was thinking about the Pentateuch in this manuscript version, I was also thinking about the strange position that each of us, think of us as individuals, that each of us occupies when we sit in front of it. Whether we have the good fortune to sit in front of it as an actual physical object, or for most of us sitting in front of a screen that reproduces that physical object, I can never quite help falling into the feeling that I'm occupying the position of the person, the multiple people who worked on that object, who sat in exactly the same position with respect to it, who maybe added these words or added this micrography or added this strange little creature, but who interacted with it, and by interacting with it, became part of it, inscribed themselves in it, so that in some sense they're here with us today as we look at the object. I would add to that succession of individuals positioned before the manuscript, each of us as readers, perhaps even as casual experiencers of this object. It is a cultural object that in certain ways helps us to make and recognize ourselves as recipients of it. And I think in that respect too, it's especially well suited for a conference that brings together so many different groups of people in a common interest, and so many different scholars and students to think about the object itself and its meaning. So I welcome all of you, however far away you may have come from, whether across the 405 or across the continent or an ocean. I wish you a very happy conference with lots of good discussion, and I hope that you will enjoy UCLA during these days. Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us either online or here in person for a day focusing on medieval Hebrew manuscript illumination, transmission, and interpretation. As Zrinka so nicely pointed out, I'm Elizabeth Morrison, Senior Curator of Manuscripts at the J. Getty Museum. And I wanted to begin by thanking my co-organizer, Zrinka Stahuljak, at the CMRS Center for Early Global Studies. We've worked together on many years on various projects, and I am delighted to be participating in this most recent collaboration. I also wanted to thank the center itself and its dedicated staff, especially Aaron Bromo, for all the careful arrangements that made today possible. I would likewise like to thank the Alan D. Levy Center for Jewish Studies for their support of today's program. And lastly, I would like to thank our panelists today, who have patiently waited over a year for this conference to take place, as it was originally scheduled during the COVID shutdown. We so appreciate your willingness to defer your participation until we could hold this conference in person. As Zrinka mentioned, the impetus for today's event was the Getty's acquisition in 2018 of the Rothschild Pentateuch. The day I looked at this spectacular manuscript for the first time with our director, Tim Potts, was December 8, 2017. Because that day was my birthday, I suggested to Tim that if he was looking for a last-minute birthday present, I had a great idea in mind. I also told him that it was fated that the Getty should acquire it because the scribe of the manuscript added the date on which he finished writing out the text, June 17th, 1296. June 17th happens to be Tim's birthday. I still feel to this day that opening the manuscript together was just about the most spectacular birthday present either of us could have ever imagined. The acquisition of the Rothschild Pentateuch marks a milestone in the history of the Getty Museum. It is the first Hebrew manuscript to be added to the collection and is one of its greatest masterpieces. As many of you know, Hebrew manuscripts with significant illumination rarely come up for sale on the open market, with most already residing in national libraries in Europe and Israel. For many years, the Getty had been hoping to extend its collection of European medieval illumination to include examples of Hebrew manuscripts. We were exceedingly fortunate to be able to acquire the most important and profusely illuminated Ashkenazi Hebrew Bible still in private hands. In my 25 years at the Getty, I have never been involved in an acquisition of such import, and I may well never be again. So I'm immensely excited to have been part of this one. The pages of the Rothschild Pentateuch contain the text of the Torah, as well as a translation into Aramaic and additional commentaries, one by the famous medieval scholar known as Rashi. The texts are accompanied by lively decorative motifs, hybrid animals and humanoid figures, and astonishing examples of micrography, displays of tiny calligraphy in elaborate patterns and designs. With a seemingly endless variety of marginalia over its more than 1,000 pages, ranging from the imposing to the whimsical, the Pentateuch stands as one of the most extensive illuminated programs of any Ashkenazi Hebrew Bible to survive from the High Middle Ages. Another remarkable aspect of the Pentateuch is the amount of information we have as to its history, painstakingly researched by Dr. Menachem Schmelzer. First, the scribe of the main text added his name, Elijah ben Meshulam, and the date he completed the text, as I've already mentioned, June 17, 1296. He recorded as well the name of his patron, Joseph ben Joseph Martel. The scribe who completed the micrography also added his name, Elijah ben Yechiel. Although nothing further is known about any of these individuals, evidence provided by the text suggests that either the patron or the scribes were originally from England, but living in France. The Jewish population of England had been expelled by royal decree in 1290. So this manuscript, created 6 years later, may well reflect the reality of relocated Jewish emigres in France. The Jews were in turn expelled from France in 1306, and this manuscript may well have been a prized possession of a family who were then forced to displace yet again. The next indication of the manuscript's travels comes in the 15th century, by which time the manuscript had moved to Italy. It was owned after 1484 by members of the Rappa family in Venice. During its stay in Italy, one of the pages was skillfully replaced. The text was replicated and an illumination was added by the most famous Jewish scribe artist of the period. By the 16th century, the manuscript had come to belong to Saul Wall, of the famed Katzenellenbogen family of rabbis in Poland. According to folklore, Saul Wall served as temporary king of Poland for one day, while it was decided who would permanently inherit the throne. In that brief reign, he supposedly passed numerous laws designed to benefit the Jewish people of Poland. By the early 20th century, the manuscript had made its way into the collection of Baroness Adelaide de Rothschild, a member of perhaps the greatest family of collectors the world has ever known. Sometime before 1920, she donated the manuscript to the Stadtbibliothek at Frankfurt. The library added a piece of paper pasted into the back, intended for the signatures of all those who came to study the manuscript. Only 2 signatures are recorded on the sheet. The first is that of Rachel Rischitzer, who saw the manuscript on November 19, 1936. She was one of the first 3 women in all of Europe to earn an architect's degree from the Sorbonne in Paris and served as a curator at the Jewish Museum in Berlin. She thankfully escaped from Nazi Germany in 1938, relocating to New York, where she established the Fine Arts Department at Stern College for Women. Only one other signature is found on Frankfurt's recording sheet. On November 5, 1941, Dr. Fritz Zeck, a medievalist attached to the so-called Institute for the Research of the Jewish Question, consulted the manuscript. The Institute was formed to provide evidence about the Jewish people after the horrifying final solution was complete, and to provide a method of gathering together looted Hebrew manuscripts. Zeck saw the manuscript just a week before Pearl Harbor, and thankfully it survived World War II intact. In 1950, the manuscript was part of a formal exchange between the German government and a Jewish family for land in Frankfurt that had been seized during the war. The family had settled in New York, but eventually immigrated to Israel. The Getty acquired the manuscript directly from this family, and we are honored to serve as its caretakers for the future. The storied history of this manuscript thus presents the most remarkable provenance narrative in the entire manuscripts collection. Moreover, following the movement of this remarkable manuscript across time is akin to mapping the diaspora of the Jewish people over the past 7 centuries. The Rothschild Pentateuch demonstrates how an artwork can carry meaning across geography and chronology to become a concrete embodiment of history. We are excited to share this magnificent object with visitors to the museum's current exhibition, Painted Prophecy, the Hebrew Bible Through Christian Eyes, curated by Larissa Grollemond of the Manuscripts Department and on view until May 29th. Because the Rothschild Pentateuch had been in private hands for over 50 years, the conference today can be regarded as the first scholarly event that will feature specialists delving into its fascinating program of illumination. After its acquisition, I was contacted by scholars from all over the world who were impatient to explore its pages. But we are also eager to hear how illumination in Hebrew manuscripts such as this one fits into the larger context of cultural exchange during the Middle Ages, a topic that will be explored by other speakers today. Overall, I know that we have a fascinating day ahead. So without further ado, I invite David Yarbrough of UCLA's Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures to introduce our first panel.
Good morning, everyone, in person and online. Hope I'm audible to both audiences. I'm Luke Yarbrough of the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures here at UCLA. It's a great honor to be chairing this first panel. Thank you very much to the organizers and sponsors, and especially to Zrinka and Elizabeth and to David for that wonderful introduction. I think that it might work best to invite the two speakers for the first panel up onto the stage now, if that's okay. So Katrin Kogman-Appel and Adam Cohen, assuming that they're here.
Here, I just don't want anyone looking at me while Katrin is talking.
Okay, that's fine. We can do it that way. But
For the Q&A.
yeah, that will be absolutely fine. So how this will work, I'm operating under very clear instructions. The talks will be 30 minutes each. I'll give a brief time warning. I'll be sitting out in the audience with 5 minutes left. I will introduce the speakers separately, and we will have one Q&A together at the end, if that's okay. And for those who are watching online, please remember in advance to raise your virtual Zoom hands to ask a question at that time. So it's my great honor to introduce Professor Katrin Kogman-Appel of the University of Münster this morning. She is a professor of Jewish studies at the Westfälische Wilhelms-Universität in Münster. Previously, she taught at Ben-Gurion University of the Negev from 1996 to 2015. She has published work on ancient and medieval Jewish art and is particularly interested in Hebrew manuscript illumination and its cultural and social contexts. In 2015, she won an Alexander von Humboldt professorship. She's the author of Jewish Book Art Between Islam and Christianity, Brill 2004, and of Illuminated Haggadot from Medieval Spain, Penn State University Press 2007, which won the Premio del Rey Prize of the American Historical Association in 2009. Another book, A Mahzor from Worms, Art and Religion in a Medieval Jewish Community, is a monograph on the Leipzig Mahzor, which came out with Harvard University Press in 2012 and was a finalist of the National Jewish Book Award. Her most recent monograph is Catalan Maps and Jewish Books, the intellectual profile of Elisha ben Abraham Cresques, 1325 to 1387, which came out in 2020. She is currently preparing a monograph on the Passover Agadah and its ritual uses as a standalone book. And the talk this morning is entitled Hebrew Book Art in Shared Spaces, Tudela and Perpignan, circa 1300. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for this wonderful introduction, and first of all, for letting us be here. I can barely see you because masks and glasses don't work well together. But still, I'm thrilled to be actually to be standing at a podium and not in front of or not only in front of a screen. Of course, congratulations on the acquisition of this splendid manuscript. I will not talk about the Pentateuch, but I'm talking about issues of transcultural encounters. So let's start. One day, before June 16, which is probably one day before your birthday, I guess, right? One day before June 16, 1300, Joshua ben Avraham ibn Gaon, a young Jewish scribe, packed his things and set out from his hometown, Soria, in Old Castile on a journey that would take about 4 or 5 days and lead him to Tudela in the south of the kingdom of Navarre. So from here to here, actually. Trained as a scribe, Joshua had also gained some very basic experience in drawing and painting. By that time, it seems that he made himself a name as a particularly skilled Masran, a copier of the Masoretic commentaries, who excelled in micrographic decoration. In that capacity, he was commissioned to copy the Masorah in the Bible, now in Lisbon, penned by one Samuel bar Abraham ibn Yonatan in Cervera, probably Cervera del Rio Alhama, which is here. For Sasson, for Rabbi Sasson of Cervera. And it can be speculated that he probably was the person who actually took the book on the way from here, where it was written, to Tudela, which is behind that little screen. In Tudela, the book was further embellished with painted decoration by Joseph Fatzolfati, the French, to the right. Here we go. Perhaps an immigrant from France. Joseph's art seems later to have inspired Joshua's work, among other things. And to the left, you have Joshua's micrography in that very manuscript. For the time being, Joshua remained in Tudela, and around November 1st the same year, he began work on another Bible, now in Paris. We'll call it Paris 20. And actually, the caption is covered by the little screen. So, yeah. I hope the other captions are elsewhere. Later that year, he began work on the third Bible, which is Paris 21. A few months earlier, in Perpignan, another scribe, Solomon ben Raphael, wrote a Bible for his own use, also now in Paris, Paris 7. It too was decorated with micrographic patterns for the Masorah, with carpet pages and painted decoration. 3 very similar Bibles followed soon, of which we do not know much, except the fact that they share much with the earlier Paris model, but I'm talking about 1299, 1300 and 1301 and similar, and the same years. And yet, similar as these Bibles seem to be with their tendency towards, yeah. Oh, you can actually close it. And yet, similar as these Bibles seem to be with their tendency towards aniconism, their micrography and their arch designs as framing device for text columns, these works diverge in style and the nature of the decoration. They display features typical of Islamic art along with elements of Gothic style and techniques. This juxtaposition on the screen, even Gaon's work to the right and Paris 7 to the left, demonstrate this point visibly. They all combine both traditions, but in very different ways. While in the Perpignan group, Gothic motives and techniques are dominant, even Gaon's decorations are overwhelmingly Islamic. Thus, these manuscripts are testimony to different cultural encounters that took place in the vicinities of their makers. It is to the nature of these encounters that I shall now turn. Gabriel Cedrina addressed this blend of Gothic and Islamic features in the 1970s and 1980s in terms of a diachronic development, echoing in a way the transition from Al-Andalusian to Christian culture. Eva Freumovich explained it in terms of ways to express Jewish identities vis-a-vis Christian hegemony. Myself, 20 years ago, argued that the preference for Islamic features was a sign of traditional Sephardi identities during the cultural struggle Iberian Jews were given to during the 13th and the 14th century. These approaches explained these encounters using notions of artistic influence, as in traditional art history, acculturation, notion borrowed from anthropology, or hybridity in contact zone as a post-colonial notion. These approaches looked at cultures living side by side as distinct, separate entities. And indeed, that is what these different cultures in Iberia were. religiously and culturally diverse groups with different beliefs, different religious customs, different holy languages, and varying levels of religious hostility. However, when we perceive of these groups only this way, the interactions between them tend to appear lateral and lineal, and the focus will be necessarily on their distinction as separate entities. In the recent discourse, these concepts gave room to the notion of transcultural entanglements. It differs from earlier concepts as it implies that intercultural dynamics do not happen in settings of distinct, separate cultures living side by side and meeting and influencing one another, but in constantly changing constellations of entanglements and similar metaphors. While approaching this art as byproduct of entanglements, I would like to take this a step further and look closely at the immediate physical space that provided the stage for these entanglements and the production of the Bibles. The literature that defines itself as committed to the spatial turn understands space as socially constructed. Under certain circumstances, it is defined as social organizations and the political authorities that govern them. But the degree of dependence of space on political power varies, and hence space can be amorphous and emerging organically and spontaneously without being defined by borders. Space is heterogeneous, dynamic, and ever-changing. The question that concerns us here then is what happens in terms of transcultural entanglements within spaces that are shared by different religious cultures. The Jews of Tudela, here, and here is Perpignan. The Jews of Tudela and Perpignan, as those in any other place, operated synchronically and simultaneously in several spaces. Their own neighborhood, the urban space they shared with other cultures, the kingdom they lived in, and one can draw yet wider and wider circles to Christianity as a space and Islamic world as a space and so on. Within the shared urban spaces inhabited by Jews, Christians and Muslims around 1300, and these are basically the extensions of the medieval cities of Perpignan and Tudela, people used shared vernacular languages. They lived in similar housings, they ate similar food, they shared similar tastes, and they wore similar costumes, up to the point that the authorities made numerous efforts to make sure that minorities would be recognizable by some element of clothing. By the way, in Navarra, orders initiated by the church to make the Jews distinct by clothing were not enforced. These elements were often observed, but not analyzed in depth. Neither were artistic decisions made within these settings discussed from this point of view. These spaces are not shared just because the people of one culture created an art which subsequently was seen and received by the people of another culture. Rather, these are spaces where individuals were tied together by a web of strings that are not determined by religious culture alone. Christian and Jewish artists, and in Tudela also Muslims, were tied together by professional know-how, professional identity, professional practices, aspects that were not shared by, say, shoemakers or bakers who had their own set of professional identity parameters. Book owners and bibliophiles were tied together in the sense that they shared certain preferences of book design and decoration, and so on. Professional groups such as artists and members of similar social strata, among them bibliophiles, wealthy enough to commission expensive codices, were held together by a certain degree of cohesion that goes beyond religious, cultural, and ethnic divides. A Jewish and a Christian miniaturist believed different things. They probably polemicized, but they shared painting techniques. They both bought the same pigments and visited the same parchment shops. They shared color recipes. They produced similar brushes from the same materials. They shared similar tastes and preferences. They had a similar approach to composition, to page layout, and book formats. And they viewed the same art in these shared spaces, and they viewed it not from the point of view of religious and cultural identity alone, but from the perspective of professional artists. In short, they shared a similar professional identity and some sense of belonging. These are elements that were not transmitted, but shared. When I now return to the Bibles in question in an attempt to make better sense of the artistic blends they represent, I suggest first to look at the spatial constellations in which their makers and users lived and acted. Part of the Andalusian cultural space until 1119, Tudela was conquered by Alfonso the Battler, King of Aragon and Navarre. In 1134, it fell to the Kingdom of Navarre after those kingdoms split. 100 years later, however, under various political circumstances, Navarre began to be ruled by French houses and eventually by the kings of France. During that time, Navarre was under intense French influence, while at the same time, its rulers were absent and lived in France. In Muslim Tudela, the Jews had lived in the south of the city, in purple here. After the conquest, Alfonso offered the Jews a series of privileges, and they began settling within the walled fortress Pressing, the Alcazaba, which had been built by the Muslims in the early 9th century. Up here, it was located on the hill of Santa Barbara in the northern part of the medieval city. After repeated hostile incidents against the Jews, Sancho VI in 1170 made them give up their settlements in the Old Quarter and ordered the entire population to move to the new area within the walls of the castle, where they could be more easily protected. With the population increasing, Jews began settling also the streets adjacent to the fortress, here, to the south. Hence, the time of Ibn Gaon's activity, all the Jews lived in the new quarters within or nearby the old fortress. And so, most certainly, did Ibn Gaon himself. Different from most other Jewish populations, the Jews of Navarre were active in a great variety of crafts. There were stoneworkers, blacksmiths, silversmiths, goldsmiths, tailors, furriers, bookbinders, and other craftsmen, manufacturing all sorts of daily objects and luxury items for the court, including religious objects. All this implies a great deal of cultural exchange. While assumingly a part of the Muslim population left Navarre to emigrate into Islamic areas, a relatively large Mudéjar minority continued to live in Tudela, also under Christian rule. After the conquest, the Mudéjares were confined to the suburbs outside the city walls here. They lived in the west of the city, approximately in the area indicated in blue. The Muslims were active mainly in three professional branches: husbandry, construction business, and in the production of weapons. It is thus likely that some of the Jewish craftsmen, the stoneworkers and the blacksmith and the silversmiths probably also mentioned above, were in constant contact with Muslims, especially those in the construction business. None of these areas was hermetically closed. The Jews lived within and outside the fortress walls. Muslims sold properties to both Christian and Jews. Some Muslims are known to have lived within the Jewish neighborhood. And in fact, the Muslim area received a wall only in 1365. Remains of Islamic culture in Tudela, or from Tudela, are extremely scarce. Upon the move of the Muslims outside the city walls, the mosques from the Islamic period were abandoned and in most cases converted into churches. A series of Romanesque churches began to be built after the conquest, thus the cathedral here, starting in 1168 on the site of the former Great Mosque. Very few fragments of architectural sculpture incorporated into the cathedral and other buildings are still extant, datable to the Umayyad and the Taifa periods. The latter have been compared to motifs in the Taifa Palace of Saragossa, the Al-Khafiriyya. Even less is known about Mudéjar art in Tudela, represented only by a chapel adjacent to the cathedral cloister and a few fragmentary elements, and that's already from the 14th century. What now comes is extremely scarce fragments must still have dominated the appearance of the city around 1300. Not less dominating must have been the presence of the Islamic fortress on the hill near the Jewish quarter. It was destroyed in 1516, and the archaeological information is too scarce to make any conclusions about its appearance. We can only imagine how it looked like in analogy to other palaces in northern Iberia, like the Aljaferia in Zaragoza, with its rich architectural sculpture. At the time Ibn Gaon moved to Tudela and settled either within the fortress walls or in one of the adjacent streets, the castle was still standing. While the French rulers did not reside in the castle, the administration was run there by a court of nobles on behalf of the king. As elsewhere, Jews were entangled in court life in various ways. That the Jews were involved also in the architectural history of the fortress can be concluded from its later history, when in 1390, one Natan ben Gabai Falakera not only provided the money for the restoration of the castle, but also managed the restoration project. While interaction between Muslims, Jews, and Christians certainly took place in this setting, the physical space encountered by people like Ibn Gaon or his patron added its share to shape their artistic tastes and their tastes as consumers. The old Islamic fortress on the hill, bordered with their own neighborhood, would have been part of their day-to-day urban landscape. I intended to Ibn Gaon's art designs in relation to the decoration of the Al-Khafaria very generally in the past. But other parallels can also be established between the specific design of the leaf elements in Ibn Gaon's spandrels to fragments extant in the medieval city of Tudela. Many more such motifs were likely to have been visible elsewhere in the city. Carpet pages abound in Iberian Hebrew Bibles and earlier ones from Northern Africa, but Ibn Gaon's specific designs are unique and do not share much with their predecessors from Iberia or the Maghreb. The type of angular interlaced design we find there is typical of contemporary Mudéjar art, especially in stucco on ceilings and wall panels, or in wood on furniture and doors. This particular style began to develop at the turn of the century. It was a brand new fashion. And it was very common in both religious and secular contexts. Ibn Gaon and his patrons must have encountered such designs constantly in their environment.
Do you know how to?
A Jewish neighborhood almost bordered the Muslim quarter. And given the proximity Muslim and Jewish artists lived in and their shared professional interests and tastes, together with the shared heritage of Judeo-Arabic culture, it is easy to imagine a whole range of interaction. Ibn Gaon may have encountered Mudéjar, stucco, and wooden panels, but by the same token, he might have been exposed to such designs in sketches, model books, or sheets used by Mudéjar craftsmen. He may simply have appropriated them as his own cultural heritage. Ibn Gaon would also have moved about the adjacent Christian areas. To the south of his neighborhood, particularly near the Jewish area, was the church. Oh, this is just a very randomly chosen late Mudéjar panel. So near the Christian quarter, we find the church of Santa Maria Magdalena with its abundant animal motifs in the archivolts of its facade. And numerous parallels can be found to Ibn Gaon's repertoire of animal motifs in both his painted work and his micrographic designs. It is likely that in these Christian areas, Ibn Gaon also purchased his supplies. In the parchment shop and at the pigment sellers, he may have encountered Christian miniaturists, and one can easily imagine a conversation between them on pigments, soluble materials, brushes, techniques commonly employed in Christian books. This carpet page from Paris 21 As modern as its design appears, the painting techniques with the heavy gouache in red and blue here, and the delicate pen fleurini upon the gouache is typical of Gothic art. And this blend of Islamic motives then and Gothic technique suggests that Ibn Ghan did not use Christian models for this because there were none, but rather was otherwise familiar with these techniques, apparently through contacts with Christian painters. How much time do I have? I haven't checked my time.
About 10 minutes.
Okay, that's good. At the same time, in Perpignan, the year 1299, when Paris 7 was produced, fell into a period of intense urban development with numerous building campaigns. The city, of course, had never been part of Al-Andalus and never housed the Mudechal community. Islamic art was never part of its urban landscape. By 1299, the Jewish Kyle of Perpignan, where our Bibles would have been produced, was a relatively recent development. By the year 1185, only a small group of Jews had lived in the city. In April 1243, at the initiative of the community of weavers, the Jews were settled up here in that area and were granted the privilege to settle on the Puig, an elevation in the at the northeastern edges of the medieval city. The weavers who began to settle on the Puig around 1240 apparently expected the presence of the Jews to be beneficial economically. In 1251, residence in the quarter became mandatory for the Jews. 10 years later, the Kingdom of Majorca came into being, and Perpignan became its de facto capital, while the city of Majorca, modern Palma, functioned as what David Abulafia defines as ceremonial capital. For long, the Kyle of Perpignan was believed to have been a walled quarter, but recent archaeological research observes that no remains of a wall exist anywhere. Rather, the quarter seems to have been demarcated by rows of houses with blind walls turning to the Christian areas and accessible only from inside the Kyle. Hence, there were boundaries, but no walls. Some Jews bought houses outside the Kyle, and Jews residing outside it were documented until the expulsion in 1493. The Jewish residents of Perpignan finally were overwhelmingly occupied in money lending, with only a few individuals engaging in craftsmanship or other branches that were indispensable for maintaining Jewish life, such as butchers. All in all, the situation in Perpignan was significantly different from that in Tudela for all these reasons. And also, of course, for demographic reasons, because Tudela had a significant presence of Mudechal population. Let us take a brief look at the physical environment and the spatial constellations which must have affected the work of those who produced Paris 7 and the related works. Opening Paris 7, we first encounter an arcade of 8 elegantly shaped narrow Gothic arches. We turn the page and encounter another such arcade. And the third opening repeats that same pattern. The scheme continues similarly with 3 openings, displaying broader columns and thus only 4 arches with larger spandrels, each one inhabiting a trefoil shape. 3 more openings follow with 6 arches each. Thus far, the readers leaf through through 3 sets of respectively 3 such openings, altogether 18 pages with 54 such arches. And it is likely that they felt as if passing through some space decorated on 3 sides with arcades of slender columns, supporting elegantly shaped, simple pointed arches. The building metaphor is in fact not out of place, and it is likely that the designer of the manuscript meant to make the readers feel as if they were in a large courtyard. The reader turns the page again and encounters a pair of micrographic carpet pages, perhaps meant as a passage from the courtyard, so to speak, into the biblical text. Such a meaning as a transition was suggested for carpet pages in Quran manuscript several years ago. The Bible was and is understood as minor temple, an interpretation that is expressed in the next opening, showing the temple vessels, and followed then by the actual biblical text. Back to the arcades. It appears that arcades in both secular and ecclesiastical contexts were the latest thing of architectural taste in the kingdom during the years these Bibles were produced. Arcades with simple Gothic arches and similar shape and proportions, with function is often merely decorative and not necessarily structural, popped out during the last decades of the 13th century within the urban landscape of Perpignan. Most often we find them in courtyards, an observation that supports the suggestion that the arcades in the Bible were meant as architectural metaphor to lead the reader into the minor temple, the biblical text. A resident of the Cal who entered the urban space of Christian Perpignan cannot but have noticed this trend. The interior of the Franciscan cloister and the Camposanto, where we find such arcades, were likely not on the daily route of Jewish residents going about their daily business, even though they might have been visible during construction that had taken place only very recently. The Camposanto, in fact, is very close to the Jewish quarter up there. The courtyard of the palace, on the other hand, to your right here, where we also find such arcades on two sides and also further in the interior of the palace, was a circular public space where the townspeople assembled at various occasions. The palace was brand new. It was inaugurated in 1295, 4 years before the Bible was painted. Also relevant is the fact that the head architect of the palace project, Pons de Skol, had been active also in the construction of the Jewish Kal, a project that had begun in 1277. De Skol built a gate at the entrance of the Kal and a tower. In short, the idea of the building metaphor of arcaded courtyard emerged within the urban space shared by Jews and Christians alike, and is adapted to the presence of Jews in the public space of the city and or the exchange with artists and designers of the kind as Pons de Skol. The crucial point is that these campaigns happened concurrently. And here is the Camposanto, here's the Franciscan convent, and here is the palace down there. As elsewhere, the Jews of Perpignan had contacts to the court, albeit such contacts were documented only for the second half of the 14th century, but they may have occurred also earlier. Most of this information concerns the transaction of money, and it is likely that such transactions were negotiated within the administrative quarters of the recently established palace. Not immediately on these, and the administrative quarters were actually on one of the sides of, located on one of the sides of beyond the courtyard. Not immediately relevant, but still significant, is also the fact that during and after the 1391 persecutions, the Jews of Perpignan lived in the palace for 3 years, which tells us something about the dynamics between the court and the Jews. In conclusion, while past scholarship viewed Iberian Jewish book art in the light of diachronic developments from a predominantly Islamic Iberia to a predominantly Christian one, or of Jews seeking ways to express their identity, this paper makes an attempt at understanding the Jewish art produced in Tudela and Perpignan around 1300, synchronically in terms of the spatial constellations in these cities. The arcades in Paris 7 created a dialogue with the urban space outside the Cal, and followed the very fashion visible everywhere in Perpignan during the years before and around 1300. Tudela, with its Al-Andalusian history, its Islamic heritage, and its Mudeja population was different. Ibn Gaon's art and his patrons' tastes were intensely interwoven with what they must have experienced in their daily lives in the urban space of Tudela. The Islamic heritage, largely absent now, must have been overwhelmingly visible in 1300. Contacts with both Muslim and Christian professionals added their share. A comparative synchronic perspective on two such spaces that provided the political and cultural settings for the production of these works, occurring more or less simultaneously, proves thus to be quite fruitful. These spaces were shaped by different political, demographic, economic, and physical factors, and differed with respect to what the Jews moving about the urban space saw and experienced in their daily lives. What they do share is finally basically an iconic approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kogman-Appel. Our second speaker of this first session is Professor Adam Cohen of the University of Toronto, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Art History there. He received his PhD from the Johns Hopkins University and is a specialist in the history of European illuminated manuscripts in the Middle Ages. He has written and edited numerous books and articles on Christian and Hebrew subjects. Recent contributions include Monastic Art and Architecture, 700 to 1050, in the Cambridge History of Medieval Monasticism in the Latin West, and the Historiography of Romanesque Manuscript Illumination, in a Companion to Medieval Art, Romanesque and Gothic in Northern Europe. Adam has published articles in the on the Sephardic Sarajevo Haggadah and the Kennecott Bible, and is working with a co-author on the forthcoming Illuminated Hebrew Manuscripts from Ashkenaz to America. For the general public, Adam has written Signs and Wonders, 100 Haggadah Masterpieces, which appeared in 2018, which is a history of the illustrated Haggadah from the Middle Ages to the present. He has served as chief editor, as editor of Gesta, and with Jill Caskey and Linda Safran is the author of Art and Architecture in the Middle Ages, Exploring a Connected World, very appropriate to our themes today, forthcoming later this year from Cornell University Press. Professor Cohen, the floor is yours.
From 1994 to 1996, I had the privilege of working as an intern and then as a curatorial assistant in the Department of Manuscripts at the Getty Museum. It was still in Malibu then, which really gives a sense of how long ago that was. One of my most vivid memories of that time is how much Tom Kren wanted to acquire a Hebrew manuscript for the collection. I suspect it took much longer than anyone anticipated, but the Rothschild Pentateuch, the springboard for this conference, is a splendid addition and worth the wait. I'm sure it will play a vital role in the museum's activities for a long time to come. So congratulations to Beth Morrison and the whole manuscripts department. It is such an honor to be part of this conference, and I thank the Getty for inviting me, as well as UCLA. And so I want to thank Zrinka Stahuljak, the director of UCLA's Center for Medieval and Renaissance Studies, which, as she explained, is now also the Center for Early Global Studies. I don't think such a disciplinary or methodological repositioning was a twinkle in anyone's eye a quarter century ago, but a conference like this one validates the importance of building an increasingly global and inclusive field. I hope that my own talk will make a modest contribution to that. As I was preparing my talk, I kept thinking one thing. Ruth Mellenkopf really ought to be here. In his foreword to Ruth's controversial 1999 book, Anti-Semitic Hate Signs in Hebrew Illuminated Manuscripts from Medieval Germany, Bezalel Marcus said, quote, "Her present study is another challenge to art historians to either refute her finds or to use them for further attempts to resolve the enigma," unquote. Most of today's speakers have been engaged in doing just that for many years, and I am indebted to them for building the foundations for my own work on Hebrew decorated manuscripts. My goal in this paper is to answer a few very focused questions. How did Joseph ben Joseph Martel, the original reader-viewer of the Rothschild Pentateuch, use the book? What did the abundant decorations mean to him? And how did the pictures guide his experience? To answer these questions, I will provide some sense of how Hebrew Bibles were decorated in Ashkenaz and consider the use of marginal decoration in Hebrew books from both Ashkenaz and Sepharad. I will address the perennial questions of who devised the decorations and who executed them. Were the planners, the concepteurs, Jewish and the artists Christian? A consideration of the marginal decoration in particular suggests that we should re-examine the possibility of Hebrew book artists. In case anyone is not familiar yet with this remarkable Bible, let me start by quickly showing just some of the decorated pages only in the book of Genesis. You will see as we scroll through a menagerie of real and imaginary animals, hybrids of all sorts, and heraldic devices. I'll ask you to take particular note. The general decorative scheme is consistent with trends in Franco-Flemish book illumination from the last third of the 13th century. Here's the Getty's Ruskin Hours of about 1270 and a book of hours from Terouin of circa 1296. They can stand in for the hundreds of 13th and 14th century Christian books that teem with thousands of marginal images. These have been the subject of art historical research for over a century, by the likes of Amy Amal, Lillian Randall, Michael Camille, and Lucy Freeman Sandler, to name only some of the most prominent contributors. When we consider the marginalia of the Rothschild Pentateuch and other Hebrew books, we should keep in mind potential mnemonic, generic, parodic, scatological, and monstrous interpretations. But first, we need a sense of what is in other Hebrew illustrated Bibles. Katrin Kogman-Appel has just introduced us to Sephardic works, and I recommend her indispensable 2004 book on the subject. I think much of what she has just shared with us can apply as well to Ashkenaz. In Ashkenaz, the most common visual decoration on the page was through the use of micrography for the original Masoretic text, the traditional detailed lexicographic information. This ranged from the simple, as in this Bible copied in Paris in 1303, to the decorative, as in the, well, trust me, it's up there here, the decorative, as in the Rothschild Pentateuch, and to the decidedly figural. Here is an example from southern Germany that Sarah Offenberg has unpacked so beautifully, and this one slide is only meant to give you a sense of how complex it can be. Please don't ask me to unpack it here. Folio 187 of the Rothschild Pentateuch is particularly useful because it shows the whole range of possibilities. The purely decorative Masorah, the Masorah figurata, and decorated catchwords to mark the ends of choirs. The contemporaneous Regensburg Pentateuch has a dragon of the sort we find throughout the Rothschild Pentateuch. I'll note in passing that there are 3 instances in the Rothschild Pentateuch where the richly decorated weekly Torah portion happens to be on the final folio of a choir. In each of these cases, the catchword decoration is quite simple, almost as if the Masoretic scribe, Elijah ben Yechiel, did not want to compete with the colored decoration above. But with this page, we get to the heart of the issue. To what extent can we attribute meaning to the Rothschild Pentateuch's dragons? The question applies not just to this book, but also to other Ashkenazi Bibles, which only began to be decorated in the 1230s in Franconia. The earliest extant examples are the Ambrosian Bible and the Wrocław Bible, and we can use them as a baseline for considering the Rothschild Pentateuch. In these complete Bibles, which contain the Pentateuch, the prophets, and the historical books, we can see the basic pattern set for Hebrew Bible decoration. The text fills most of the page with enlarged, elaborated panels for the opening word and with decorative Masorah. The Pentateuch text alternates between lines of Hebrew and Aramaic translation. In both cases, only the 5 openings of the Pentateuch books have decorated word panels, and in both cases, those panels have been filled, not only with colored pigments and gilded letters, but also with figural decorations. These last capture our attention, as they were surely meant to, inviting viewers both then and now to figure out what is going on. Often, it is pretty straightforward. First page of Genesis, creation narrative, figures of Adam and Eve. But even those are immediately complicated by how the faces have been hidden, in short, to avoid Second Commandment problems, and sometimes by the addition of small captions that suggest meanings beyond the basic narrative. In Wrocław, for instance, the words written on the woman are not the label Eve, but rather Ale Te'ena, fig leaves. Once we are alerted to this fiber-based covering, it is tempting to see the decorative tendrils as evoking the Garden of Eden. I think that the animals, real and imagined, populating the Genesis panels in both Bibles also suggest Eden. Finally, Therese Metzger observed that the micrography here has been fashioned into a snake, one of only 2 such instances in the book, which indicates a deliberate coordination of the visual details on the page. Basic narrative vignettes in these Bible word panels do exegetical work. The word panel in Wrocław makes explicit, the word panel for Deuteronomy here makes explicit intratextual connection to Exodus by depicting Moses prominently displaying the law. The verse written on it is from Exodus 32:19. He became enraged and he hurled the tablets from his hands. This was during the episode of the golden calf, represented in the opposite corner and conveniently labeled Egel di Zahav, to avoid any confusion. As Metzger pointed out, there is a reasonably good textual explanation for this. According to the foremost Ashkenazi biblical commentator, Rashi, in the 11th century, the opening of Deuteronomy makes a veiled allusion to the sins of Israel. Neither Deuteronomy nor Rashi actually mention the golden calf, so we might presume that this was a choice of the artist and that he knew Rashi's commentary, even though it is not in this book itself. What I find puzzling here is the way the scribe has taken the trouble to label the hind and the dog. Was he afraid that they wouldn't be recognized? Are we meant to think of something specific? Are they more important than the unlabeled bird? There it is. Or the man shooting at the lion? And do those have anything to do with the theme of Israel's sin and Moses' anger at Sinai? I know that Marc Epstein is squirming in his seat because he has written at length on the theme of the hunt, and I'll come back to it at the end. I'm also aware that the Wrocław Bible has a more expansive picture, the hanging of Haman's sons from the book of Esther, an iconographic theme astutely examined by Katrin. The Ambrosian Bible has the well-known cosmological vision and messianic banquet at the end of time, or at the end of the book, rather, which is also, of course, the end of time. And these pictures have received a lot of scholarly attention, but they are exceptional pages in those Bibles. For every full page illumination, like this one in the Duke of Sussex Pentateuch, about which Marc has also written, there are 5 like Folio 45V, and we need to spend more time thinking about them. After this general overview of Ashkenazi Bible decoration, we can now turn back to the Rothschild Pentateuch. It has no full-page illuminations of the sort seen in the Ambrosian Bible or the Duke of Sussex Pentateuch, although each of the 5 books does open with a page that is especially exuberant. But unlike most other Hebrew Bibles, every one of the Rothschild's weekly readings has decoration, about every 10 folios, which makes its cumulative decoration not only extensive, but also regularly and repeatedly seen. What is even more important is that the book contains not only the biblical text and not only the Aramaic translation, which here has its own column, but also the commentary of Rashi in its own column. In format, then, the book is not unlike the glossed Christian Bibles of the 12th century. I cannot explore here the interconnections between Jewish and Christian biblical exegesis in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. I can simply point out that the Rothschild Pentateuch is a certain kind of Bible, flanking the Hebrew text with the Aramaic translation and the Rashi commentary not only permits, but also encourages the reader to engage in a linguistic and exegetical interpretation of the Bible's meanings. My presumption is that the pictures do the same. In some cases, this can be demonstrated with some confidence. In their catalog entry in Book of Beasts, the bestiary in the medieval world, Sharon Lieberman-Mintz and Beth Morrison showed that the depiction of the lion restoring to life its cub on folio 32V can be related to the account of Abraham and the sacrifice of Isaac. Note that the narrative episode comes at the end of the reading of Vayera, but it has been chosen for the opening panel because it is the dramatic and theological high point of that weekly reading. Another episode derived from the bestiary tradition is the Hunt of the Unicorn on folio 169 recto. We know all about its Christological valences in such works as the Ormsby Psalter. And thanks to Marc Epstein's Dreams of Subversion, we have a handy compendium of medieval Jewish ideas about the unicorn. Marc argued that medieval Jews transgressively appropriated and reversed the Christological symbolism to reclaim the animal as a symbol of Jewish suffering and ultimately of Jewish triumph. I accept that this is sometimes the case, but I wonder if that is what is being communicated here. As far as I know, this is the only example in medieval Jewish art when the entire episode, including the Virgin, is represented, and this must be deliberate. Why was this particular scene selected to illustrate the beginning of the Torah portion, Mishpatim? A quick look at the contents of that reading, which is full of tort law, suggests 2 points of connection. Exodus chapter 21 deals with the goring ox, the Shor Hanogeach, which has tortured students of Talmud for over a millennium and surely deserves to die. In chapter 22, there is explicit reference to virgins. There is also a verse about anyone sleeping with an animal being put to death. And I wonder if that too played a role in the selection of the unicorn vignette and the especially menacing knight. So there may well be an anti-Christian polemic here, but I have to confess that I haven't fully worked out what precisely is being communicated in this picture. Nevertheless, I want to reiterate that our first interpretive strategy should be contextual and perhaps philological. This has long been standard practice in the analysis of Christian books. There are thousands of examples from which to choose. Here I show a page from the poetic Vows of the Peacock manuscript. As Dominic Leo sketched out, not only does the narrative vignette overtly communicate the eroticism of the chess game, look at the figures here, but the marginal figure bearing and pointing at his butt underscores the humor and the insult in the abrupt end to the chess-based courting. I'm deliberately saying butt to communicate the rudeness here. At least some medieval Jews appreciated this kind of gesture. Sarit Shalev Aini has called our attention to the, well, here's a detail of what's going on at the tippy top, right under there. Here's another one of these butt-bearing men shown above the fighting knights on a page from the tripartite Machzor. Textually, the combat allegorizes a theme in the liturgical poem, the Piyut. God the groom fighting the enemy for his abandoned bride, which might be read in light of contemporary Christian Jewish polemics. Historically, the knights with their coats of arms referred to the Battle of Mühldorf in 1322 between Friedrich of Habsburg and Ludwig of Bavaria. Shalav Aini reads the rude marginal figure over the head of Ludwig, the victor, as communicating, quote, a possibly dissenting, even censorious attitude, unquote. Apparently, both royal claimants owed money to Jews, but it was Ludwig who enacted harsh financial measures against them. I have often wondered whether the figure is really insulting both Christian knights. In either case, it signals a rather direct political comment. Given the deeply informed visualization of the content of the Pute, Shalev Aini argued that the patron, a scribe named Chaim, was in the workshop advising the artist. Did Chaim also dictate the selection and placement of the small marginal figure? That would signal a remarkably detailed engagement on his part. Other marginalia in Hebrew books point to just such a close engagement. A Sephardic Haggadah made in Aragon contains some of the biblical verses describing the suffering of the Israelites in Egypt. Evelyn Cohen, who helped write the book on this manuscript, noted what she called a charming and poignant hybrid figure that buries its face in its covered hands and weeps over the suffering. Who was responsible? A patron who pointed a finger and micromanaged the marginalia, or an artist who had a real grasp on the text? The previous pages are suggestive. They too contain biblical verses recounting the suffering of the Israelites in Egypt. But why would one page have a weeping figure and these other pages have musical hybrids? It seems almost perverse, at least to me. I think this might be a case of imagines verborum, the pictorialization of words that is a feature of some Christian medieval marginalia. A representative example is this page from the Luttrell Psalter. Lucy Friedman Sandler has pointed out that the Latin word for sparrow, passer, has been rendered right next to it by an image of a passo doble dance. In the Prato Haggadah page, the first words on the page are sare misim, taskmasters. But the first word could easily be read as a form of shir or shirah, meaning song or music. Once again, we have to imagine either a Jewish artist with knowledge of Hebrew or a Christian artist with a very, very involved Jewish concepteur. If we return to Ashkenaz, there are two manuscripts that must be considered in relation to the Rothschild Pentateuch. They were produced around the same time and place, and they are filled with similar decoration. The first is the Kaufman collection copy of the Mishnah Torah, the great legal compendium written by Maimonides in the 1170s. This copy, dated by its colophon to 1296, was written by, quote, Nathan, the son of Shimon Halevi, for his brother-in-law, the noble Reb Abraham, the son of the scholar Rabbi Barachia. Nathan does not tell us where he wrote the book, and Metz, Liège, Cambrai, or Luxembourg have all been proposed. Let's just go with the Mosan region for our purposes. Nathan does use three verbs. I wrote, I finished, and I colored. What exactly he meant by the last term, lismon, colored, has been a matter of debate. But Evelyn Cohen, once again, has argued that this only applies to the blue and red penwork, and that the pictures were the work of a Christian artist. This would explain the Christian cast of such scenes as Adam and Eve, or the introduction of marginalia, like the, oh, no, this is too good. We got to move this. Here we go. The marginalia of one man shooting an arrow into the naked butt of the other. No good place to put this, right? Okay. Or down below, we have the housewife chasing the thieving fox, based on the Roman de Renard. I can find no textual or philological reasons for these vignettes to appear on this page, which lists the headings for chapters concerned with various ritual matters, such as the laws of circumcision. And so the Kaufman Mishneh Torah is indeed very much like the Christian manuscripts to which it has been compared, such as the Breviary of Renaud de Bar. There are instances where there is no apparent connection between the text on the page and the marginal imagery, but there are also instances when that connection seems quite deliberate. For example, in the Mishneh Torah page with Adam and Eve, we also have a marginal vignette of the fox and the crow. We all know the fable: the fox flatters the crow and tricks it into singing and dropping the cheese that the wily fox then gets to eat. Now, we might ask ourselves, if the fox is equivalent to the flattering snake, shouldn't the snake end up eating the fruit from the tree? It is Eve who falls prey to the flatterer, but she doesn't lose her food, although she does lose her innocence. The fable doesn't map exactly onto Eve and Adam's temptation and fall, but it doesn't have to. It was enough to stimulate Abraham, the book's recipient, to think more deeply about the episode. One more page from the, no, I think in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this page, which has figures labeled Abraham and Yentl, but here is the, no, I'm not going to skip it. It's too good. This is the beginning of book 5, the book of holiness, which begins with chapters on the subject of forbidden sexual desires, relations. Not that they're disjointed. It cannot be coincidental that precisely here, the heads of a man and a woman appear twice in the word panel and then up above. Fortunately, I have the details there. There's also, just below, a cow looking longingly at an ox as the animals mirror the humans. And there's also a rather fierce-looking unicorn, which I suppose is warding off the potential advance of the lion. Nathan presumably has labeled the marginal heads Abraham and Yentl, his wife, and Nathan's sister. So which is the chicken and which is the egg here? Did Nathan tell a Christian artist that this page was about sexual relations, stimulating him to draw the men and women, and in turn stimulating Nathan to identify them with labels? There would seem to be some visual give and take between Nathan and the artist. As Evelyn has underscored, Nathan first wrote the text, then did the pen flourishes, and finally handed the manuscript over to the artist for illumination. On this page, we can see that Nathan's flourishes already include a dragon, a griffin, I think, and an ox, which reappears in the painted panel above. No matter how we imagine the production of the page, the degree of textual and pictorial integration underlines the intimacy in the coordination between patronal scribe and artist. I was going to talk about the Northern French miscellany, which also shows very careful coordination among scribe and artist. I was going to walk you through all of the attribution of hands and ultimately suggest that when Alison Stones writes about this and says she does not recognize the hand of the master of Aaron anywhere else, it should give us pause and open up the possibility that perhaps the Aaron master, and why not the itinerant Charlemagne master, could have been Jewish. Katrin has just given us reason to think that in Sepharad. I think that's very clear. And historians like Elisheva Baumgarten and Judah Galinsky and Ephraim Shalom Steiner have all shown how closely enmeshed or entangled Jews and Christians were in 13th century Ashkenaz. So we don't need to reconstruct an entire Jewish atelier, but why couldn't one or more of these scribes be the hand related to Maître Honoré? And this brings me back to the Rothschild Pentateuch as my time draws to an end. In its visual repertoire, it is grounded in the artistic world that produced books like the Breviary of Renaud de Bar. But certain patterns suggest that the artist was Jewish. First and foremost, and I think most tellingly, in almost every case, when there is directional action in the vignettes, it runs from right to left, following the direction of the Hebrew text. I'm just showing a couple of examples. This is not to say that marginality in Latin and French books never move from right to left, but there's a consistency here that makes more sense for an artist accustomed to thinking from right to left than the reverse. Second, there are not only intimate connections between text and image, like the hunt of the unicorn at Mishpatim, but also linguistic connections. Here is the second picture in Genesis, marking the weekly reading of Noah. We would expect to find something having to do with the flood or with a variety of animals. Instead, we have just two hybrids confronting each other over a mirror. Medieval mirrors had multiple meanings, but I am especially struck by the prominent protruding tongue. And I would propose that the tongue is an allusion to the Tower of Babel and the resulting confusion of tongues, which is found at the end of the Noah portion. Third, a review of all the imagery in the Rothschild Pentateuch does not reveal the kinds of marginal imagery that are so common in Christian books. Apes, scatological incidents, sexuality, the Virgin would be the exception. Nor do I find many vignettes that are particularly humorous. Now, this might suggest a certain sensitivity to the nature of the book as a Bible, more in keeping with the actions of a Jewish scribe. I'm on my last paragraph. What we mostly encounter in the book are animals, real and hybrid, jousts, and aristocratic emblems, and especially hunts of various kinds. What were these meant to communicate to the initial user, Joseph and Joseph Martel? Marc has read the hunted hare or deer in Hebrew manuscripts as the Jewish people persecuted by Christians. Evelyn, however, sees such hunts as more playful than metaphorical. Both must be right in certain cases, but I don't think either applies to the Rothschild Pentateuch because of the sheer number of such scenes. I cannot accept that so many varied themes of the hunt would signal persecution over and over again, yet they seem too persistent to be simply playful. I am particularly struck by the way that in several panels, we see the animals dipping behind shields or the word panels. This is a wonderful visual maneuver that asks the viewer to imagine what is happening beyond the surface. The chase is animated and actively implicates the viewer in the process, appearing as they do about every 10 folios. In theory, at least once a week, if not more often, these images encourage the viewer to anticipate and follow the action. In her recent work on Iberian Bibles, Julie Harris explores how the complex and varied decorative pages acted as metaphorical mirrors of the Torah and its study. I propose that the marginal hunts in the Rothschild Pentateuch do the same thing. They encourage the reader-viewer to chase after meaning in the pictures and the words. Among the motifs on the first page is a hybrid blowing a trumpet. And here is the Genesis page from an Ashkenazi Bible of 1206, where the horn signals the start of the hunt. The chase is afoot. We need to hunt for meaning in these Bibles. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Cohen, and to both speakers for fascinating papers. I will be very honored to moderate the Q&A, and the way it will work due to the Zoom microphone situation is that I will place this microphone here for the speakers to address. I will use this microphone, which connects to the Zoom broadcast for myself and also for any of those who have questions. I will bring the microphone to you in the audience. So perhaps we could begin with a question or two from the learned audience assembled. And then those of you who are on Zoom, please do go ahead and raise your Zoom hand so that the director of the CMRS-CEGS, Zrinka Stahuljak, can call on you. So without further ado, questions for these fascinating papers or comments indeed.
Thank you both for those amazing papers. I'm looking forward to discussing them in depth. But my first question is for Katrin. I really don't know that much about Spain in this time period, and I'm wondering what the construct for artists was. In the North, of course, it was artists' guilds, for which there were certain rules about Christians and Jews being able to join the same guild. And I'm wondering what the sort of format was in Spain in this time period.
Well, the question of guilds has often been discussed, actually, because whenever scholars came to talk about issues of cultural exchange, and we can name them influence or whatever, this issue came up. I mean, how could there have been contacts since, given that the Jews were not allowed to join the guilds? Now, what exactly the rules were and what exactly the practice was may have been different, and actually it has been shown for both Ashkenaz in the Constance region and for Barcelona in Catalonia that Christian Jews were actually working together in some way within workshop environments. And Dario Halperin has shown that this was the case for Vassar, which is one of the one known workshop in Barcelona, and Zrinka has shown it for the tripartite mahzor that we have just seen. So yeah, I mean, these are the I don't want to say more because it's just we just don't know. Sometimes regulation and practice are in a strange relationships. Let's put it that way.
Like sumptuary law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Other questions from the audience? Yes.
I thoroughly enjoyed both of your talks, and I was particularly struck by Adam looking at the hunt, which appears like multiple times throughout all of the pages. This book is profusely decorated, and like hunt scenes appeared on just about every one of the opening panels. And I was thinking about the ways in which sort of Jews have traditionally thought about hunting, and the fact that this is almost a subversive way. You're looking at a book that was owned by an exceptionally wealthy individual who was probably, engaged in the general surrounding culture and was quite aware of the courtly hunt and all that engendered. And normatively, Jews did not partake in hunts. And this idea of using this motif to kind of create an association with the society and show his engagement with what was going on. There was this idea, certainly in Jewish rabbinic law of that period in Ashkenaz, that it was forbidden to hunt, one shouldn't hunt, it wasn't a good idea. And yes, this idea of hunting for meaning is so full of, the page it both has a translation into Aramaic, has this incredible Rashi explanation of the text, so the entire page, the text is about hunting for meaning, and this idea of the hunt kind of continuing along. That's not really quite sort of an observation of the halachic, the rabbinic attitudes towards hunting, and yet the way in which it's very much engaged in this book. I like that.
My quick response would be to start actually not with the historical context, but the textual one, because they're biblical books. They want you to dive into the text, right? And so we know that there are lots of hunts in many manuscripts, right? And if you look at something like my actual last slide from the Worms Mahzor, right? The doe that is being chased right? And it's from the liturgical piyut. And we look at the Talmudic passage in Tractate Eruvin 54b, if I'm not mistaken, could be 52, where it says, how do we know that the Torah is like a dough, right? And Rabbi Nachman explains why. And so the Torah, it turns out in this passage, it's not just the Torah that is like the dough, but those who study it, right? And so pursuing the dough, pursuing the study of the Torah is, I think, what is the primary idea. But of course, you're right. I mean, hunts are what get illustrated in books, right? That we are, obviously, we Jews in late 13th, early 14th century Ashkenaz, we see that's what our neighbors are doing. And so we're not against it. We just, as Marc has shown over and over again, we twist it. You know, we appropriate it. We turn it to our own purposes.
Further questions and comments?
Well, just a very brief remark on that, a recent study by Lior Jacobi on falconry actually started kind of challenging that notion that Jews were totally not engaged in hunting. So we might have actually to rethink the whole suggestion that. Yeah. Yeah.
And in practical terms, there's a very old Lincoln plea roll that describes Jews on the way to a wedding in Herefordshire. Roth brings this up very, very early, and they stop on the way to the wedding. A deer starts out of the King's Wood, and they net the deer. They obviously had nets in their saddlebags, right? Moshe of Lincoln, and Moshe of Lincoln holds down the deer while his boy, as it says, slaughters the deer. This is in a Latin account, in propria mororum sorum, according to their custom. So there was some at least desire on the ground, you know, to do in one's own way, so to speak, to participate in this hunting culture.
Right, and presumably, if there are laws against it, it means some people were doing it. Right now, was the owner of the Rothschild Pentateuch one of those people? You know, that we're never going to know.
I like very much your take on this, which is not to say what I wrote in 1991 or what Evie wrote more recently is, you know, we thought that was the last word on it, obviously, but it's a good, you know, right, exactly. Well, I would say on Katrin's model that it is it's an interpenetrating dynamic where all these meanings are present, and this is a wonderful contribution. So thank you.
I think we should stop right there.
Unfortunately, we have a few more minutes. I had a methodological question for Katrin. It's of course not my field at all. I work on Islamic manuscripts. However, I was wondering how methodologically. So first, of course, the parallels, particularly in the case of Perpignan, the manuscript produced there, were extremely striking with the pointed arches and the palace and so forth. How does one disentangle the synchronic from the diachronic, in the sense that, of course, you know, these were not the first pointed arches in the region. So how can one be sure that the illustrators were not operating from earlier manuscript models that are perhaps lost, but nevertheless took part in motifs that had long existed, or architectural elements or decorative elements that had, you know, were not new in say the 13th century?
Yeah, no, certainly. No, I'm of course there were pointed arches all over the place, and certainly in the north, in southern France, actually, where basically there is no mudecha, or very little mudecha. But it's not just the pointed arches. I'm talking about the whole idea of this courtyard and the rhythm of the arches, and it's just not. It doesn't really look like a nave in a cathedral, and that is probably especially a space where Jews did not visit too often, let's say. And but I'm talking about this feeling about being surrounded by, leafing through. It's like being surrounded. So that was my point. But and of course, yes, I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's various channels for this. And what I also tried to say, actually, when I tried to deconstruct even Gaon's, all his art, actually, according to these inspirations or whatever you may call them, there's no end to this. I mean, you can look for them. You can look for these inspirations all over, and I would not. I don't think that one option excludes another one.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Great. I'm a visual artist, and I've had the great joy and opportunity to have the support and interest of a number of people participating today. Adam, you referred a number of times to Folio 91 and showed images of Folio 91 from the Rothschild Pentateuch. And it's an image I've worked with in my own work. And one of the things you mentioned was how the animals disappear behind the couple of decorative sections that have text. One section has Haslapno via shop, beautifully designed in a kind of free-form angular shape. But I wondered when I looked at this whether the animals were in fact behind, or whether the artist intended the structure to be continuous, as if the animals were part of the emblematic shapes that contain the words. And I asked that question because I'm not quite sure of the history of stacking versus in front of, behind of, as developments in perspective. So I'm wondering if, I'm not a scholar, but I'm wondering if scholars have looked at these images as, in a sense, an attempt to make a continuous form rather than something in front of and behind. Because the form seems to prance across the page from right to left, as you had referred.
Jeffrey, you know how much I value your artist's eye, and artists always bring a different perspective on the matter. All I can say is I'm going to have to go back and look with your comments in mind and think more about it. So I know that's not very satisfying, but it's honest.
Actually, it is quite satisfying.
Okay, we'll take it.
My name is Yoram, and I would like to know if the animals represent something in the Middle Ages. Like if you go to the text, not only visual, if you find something about dog, ox, dove, not only from the visual, so the text mentions some symbolic about this animal. Like we know in the early rabbinics that deer represents sexuality, fish, fox represent wisdom. There is something like that in the Middle Ages.
Well, I think, see, in this case, I can respond with a little more confidence, because I think that this is certainly this way we should be thinking about it and exploring it. My only consolation is that Joseph Ben Joseph Martel had the book in his hand week in and week out, year in and year out for a long time, and he had many opportunities to ponder this. I've just started a couple of months ago, and I take consolation in what it says in Pirkei Avot, the chapters of our fathers, that you should turn over the Bible over and over again, for everything is in it, and grow old in it. And I think that that's what Joseph was supposed to do. He was to turn page after page, week after week, year after year, and try and figure this out. I've suggested a few openings that indicate it's probably open to those kinds of interpretations, but I've just cracked the door open, and we all have to keep doing the work.
My question is more, if like responsa, from the exegesis, do we know more about these animals that can help us with the visual?
Mark, the answer is yes, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Okay.
sometimes, but also no.
My question is, because we know from the Talmud what the animals sometimes represent. So the question is, we know from text.
So I'm going to expand on the sometimes.
Okay.
Right. The one thing I didn't talk, I mean, among the many things I didn't talk about were all those shields, right? They're so persistent, right? And it's not the only Hebrew manuscript with such shields. And sometimes you can point to the shield and say, aha, that is Castile. But sometimes, and you know, Evelyn's done this work, Katrin's done this work. Sometimes you look at the shield and it's like, has nothing to do with it, or that's not even a real shield, right? It's literally just a decorative element, and yet it has to have been meaningful on some level. So, yeah, sometimes.
But if I might add, and actually
Please.
Marc might add more about this, but there's in the 3rd century, there starts to be an explicit interest in fables. And there, I mean, even Sahula or Berechia Nagdan. And that's, and Nagdan is, Berechia is basically Ethiopian fables, but translated into a Jewish understanding. Yeah.
So why we should not use and then come to the visual?
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, Marc has done that, right?
You
No?
would use every means at your disposal. So you see an animal, it exists in a context, you say, what is it doing in the art? Is there a wolf tricking a crane, or a crane tricking a wolf or something? Ah, that might be a fable, but that fable might be mentioned in the Gemara also, right? And what do the response? So you use all the resources at your disposal to interpret the images, and the answer is often polyvalent, interpenetrative, and utterly ambiguous in the end. We can only say what we, at our distance and perspective, have gathered about the constellation of possible possibilities.
Right. Since we did start a little late, we have time for another question or so, if there is one, either from the World Wide Web audience or from those of us here.
On folio 91, there's an image of a fish on the upper left. We're talking about animals and what they possibly could represent. And Sharon Mintz knows I looked for a long time to try and find an image of a fish to work off of for one of my pieces. But when I saw this fish, I also thought of the expression Hadag HaGadol, the great fish. And I was wondering if that expression developed either, that phrase developed either subsequent, way after, or if it goes back to something before, referring to the great fish that one would die on if they elevated to the throne, the foot of the throne of the Almighty. Has anybody, thought about the meaning of the fish in this particular, in folio 91? Because it's so prominent. It's not in a shield. It's fully there.
Not yet.
Okay. Again, thank
Sorry.
you.
There is one more question that has come up from the audience, and this can be our last before we adjourn for lunch. And I suppose this is about the Rothschild Pentateuch. Is this Bible a representative of illustrated Bibles at that time, or is this one of the most exquisitely illuminated copies for a rich patron?
Was that question
I ask this because the Gladzer Gospels, which is an Armenian manuscript held here at UCLA, is so exquisite, but the majority of the Gospels are more humble, less decorated. So I suppose this is a general question about how representative the Rothschild Pentateuch is, or not.
So at first, I thought that question was written by the PR department of the Getty Museum. it is in some ways in keeping with other high-end luxury illuminated Hebrew Bibles in Ashkenaz, but its particular pictorial program is more extensive than any other that I know. And again, shares some elements in common with other books, but is remarkable. We're going to start getting into semantics, exquisite versus remarkable versus exceptional. It's spectacular. Here, let's end with that. It's spectacular.
Bravo. So please join me in thanking the speakers once more. Thanks to all of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay? Everyone good? Okay. All right, so we will start the afternoon session here. And my name is Yonatan Binyam, and I am currently a postdoc here at UCLA, and I'll soon join the faculty in Nelkin Study of Religion, and I'll be an associate faculty for CMRS-CEGS in about a year's time. And I'm very happy to chair this panel for the afternoon session, where we will hear from Drs. Evelyn Cohen and Dr. Marc Epstein. And the format will be the same as in the morning for those that are just joining us, or as a reminder. And what we'll do is have 30 minutes per paper, and I will introduce each speaker before each paper, but then we will save the Q&A for after both papers have been given. And and for the speakers, I will sit right there with a timer to help you keep the time. So I'll go ahead and introduce our first speaker. Dr. Evelyn Cohen is an art historian who specializes in illuminated Hebrew manuscripts and Italian Renaissance art. A recipient of the National Endowment for the Humanities Fellowship, she also has been a Samuel Edge Crest Fellow and Coleman Fellow at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Among other awards, she most recently received the Narcisse Prize from the Center of Jewish Art in Jerusalem. She was the founding curator of Jewish art at the Jewish Theological Seminary, where she was also a member of the faculty. A widely published author, she is the recipient of the National Jewish Book Award for her publication on the Rothschild Mazur. Please help me welcome Dr. Evelyn Cohen.
First of all, it's wonderful being here. We've waited 2 years for this, and I'm so glad to be included in this terrific program today. Okay, in the Rothschild Pentateuch, the colophon, that is the inscription that provides the date when the manuscript was produced, stated that it was completed in 1296. The image from the Bible now on the screen, however, appears on a substitute leaf that was added in the 15th century. Before analyzing the scene of Moses and the Israelites, as well as its relationship to biblical illustrations found in other medieval works, we should get a better sense of the original 13th century decorations in the Rothschild Pentateuch, though you've already seen it in Adam's presentation. They're quite different from the text-based illustrations seen here. Now, you'll see that there's overlapping among us, which is really very nice. But you've already seen this page. The Bible was ornamented throughout with fanciful imagery painted in tempera and often embellished with gold and even silver leaf. Seen here is the opening page of Genesis, Bereshit, meaning in the beginning. Although many medieval Bibles, both Jewish and Christian, begin with scenes relating to the story of creation, this is not the approach found here. Instead, the initial word is surrounded by animals, both real and imagined, while the borders include foliage, a hybrid creature, and a shield. None of these fanciful motifs relate to the text on this page, or at least as far as we know right now, but that might change any day with Adam's work. The opening of the second book of the Pentateuch, the book of Exodus, which begins with the three words, Ve'ela Shmot B'nai, these are the names of, meaning children of Israel, is crowded with various types of decoration, none of which appears obviously to relate to the text of Exodus instead. Instead, the page is filled with large letters ornamented with various patterns and colors. Above the first word, a hunt scene, which also was discussed earlier, a common subject in medieval manuscripts of this period, portrays a dog chasing a rabbit while a bird looks on at the right. Lower, the second word, shmot, names, is inhabited by the head of a woman at the left and that of a man blowing a horn at the right. Excuse me. Fanciful animal heads and lavish foliage, some embellished with silver leaf, will fill the remainder of the page. None of these whimsical motifs relate to the text itself, again, that could subject to change. And the reason I keep on mentioning silver leaf is because that's particularly rare in Hebrew manuscripts. Gold leaf you find in the really great illuminated manuscripts, silver leaf not quite as much. The opening of Bishalach, when he sent out, referring to Pharaoh's permitting the Israelites to leave, Exodus 13:17, contains a humorous vignette in which two human forms emerge from the mouths of monstrous animals and attack each other. This is accompanied at the top left by music played by a mostly hybrid figure with a human torso, whose lower fantastic body terminates with a tail that sprouts leaves. Below is yet another hunt scene in which animals are followed by an animal-headed semi-nude figure who blows a horn and brandishes a stick. This type of fanciful imagery permeates the manuscript. The beginning of Exodus 35:1, Parshat Vayakhel, and he assembled, referring to Moses gathering the Israelites, is adorned with tempered gold and silver leaf on an exceptional opening page. At the left, two helmeted figures bearing swords engage in combat. A hybrid knight at the left has the body of a horse, while the warrior on the right, a fantastical creature, has a long tail that sprouts leaves. Later, we will see how another manuscript has a very different type of imagery for this parasha. The adornment for the reading this past Sabbath, Tazria, a woman who bears seed, Leviticus 12:1, does not deal at all with a woman having just given birth to a male child. In keeping with the approach used in the decorations of the other parshiot in the Rothschild Pentateuch, the shofar blowing hare and the trumpet blowing monkey have no overt relationship to the text. Although there was already a tradition of biblical illustrations in Hebrew manuscripts, at the time this Pentateuch was completed, the arresting whimsical visual imagery in the Bible delight the eye, but provide little insight into biblical events. Completed in the same year as the Rothschild Pentateuch, 1296, this large 4-volume manuscript housed in the library of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences in Budapest is from Ashkenaz, possibly northern France. Although coeval, the two works are quite different. In the visual arts, there is no such thing as a Jewish style. Artists adopted the style of the region in which they lived. As a consequence, the appearance of these two manuscripts is quite different. The text of the Mishnah Torah, a codification of rabbinic law compiled by Moses Maimonides between 1170 and 1180 and arranged as 14 books. Seen here is the opening of book 1, the book of knowledge, Sefer Hamadah. At the bottom of the page, unrelated to the text, is a realistic scene of two jousting knights. A motif depicted in a more fanciful manner in the Rothschild Pentateuch. Now, some scholars have tried with varying degrees of success to relate the imagery at the beginning of each book and its contents. The opening of book 13, which you've seen before, the book of civil law, is accompanied by a scene of the temptation in the Garden of Eden. The snake wraps its long tail around the tree of knowledge. Both Adam and Eve cover their nakedness with large fig leaves. While the human-headed snake appears to be proffering a fruit to Eve, Adam seems to contemplate one that he already holds in his hand. Although adorning a Jewish text, the scene is depicted in a manner that was commonly employed in Christian art at this time. An even earlier example of this subject appears in an Ashkenazic Bible dated 1236 to 38. The manuscript, housed in the Ambrosian Bible in Ambrosian Library in Milan, is known as the Ambrosian Bible. Written in 3 volumes, the text begins on folio 1V with the opening of Genesis, in which the first word in the Pentateuch, Breshit, in the beginning, is decorated with an initial word panel inhabited by animals. It is flanked by the figures of Adam on the left and Eve on the right, who, as in the later Kaufman Mishnah Torah, hold leaves to hide their nakedness. In this Ashkenazic work, which contains other biblical scenes, human figures are not portrayed as complete forms. Sometimes they are animal-headed, and in this example, the bodies of Adam and Eve are displayed frontally, while their heads seem to be viewed from behind. And you'll be hearing more about animal-headedness in a lecture later this afternoon. Although the artist of the Rothschild Pentateuch depicted drolleries and fantastic scenes rather than outright biblical stories, certainly in Ashkenaz at the time, Bibles were illustrated. This manuscript, known as the Shokin Bible, because it formerly was in the collection of the Shokin Library, now is now in the collection of Jane and Jeannie Schottenstein. The entire opening page of this small volume, it's only 8 3/4 inches, in contrast to the Ambrosian Bible, which is 18 inches in height, is adorned with 46 roundels that contain images from the Pentateuch. In keeping with the way in which Hebrew is written, from right to left, the cycle begins at the top right with a scene you are now familiar with in Ashkenazic manuscripts, the temptation of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. This undated manuscript, most likely produced around 1300, demonstrates not only that whole biblical cycles were depicted at this time, but that midrashim, Jewish legends, were portrayed as well. For example, at the column at the left, the 3rd line from the bottom, Pharaoh's daughter is shown retrieving Moses from the Nile. According to a legend, her arm miraculously lengthened. The situation on the Iberian Peninsula is somewhat different. A rich source of biblical scenes is found in some 14th century Haggadot, the text read during the Passover Seder. At times, biblical cycles were included that were separate from the text. Perhaps the most widely known, and certainly the most complete cycle extant, is found at the beginning of the manuscript known as the Sarajevo Haggadah. Seen here are the first 2 pages of the Haggadah in which depictions of creation appear, beginning at the top right and continuing to the bottom left, where a man is shown resting on the Sabbath. Traditionally, in Christian Bibles, the figure would have been that of God. Select scenes from throughout the Pentateuch are portrayed in this Haggadah, ending with a depiction of Moses blessing the Israelites, and finally, the transfer of power from Moses to Joshua. Bibles in Sfarad often included richly embellished carpet pages and decorative panels, which you saw earlier today, but few contained biblical illustrations. The text of this lavishly illuminated Severa Bible, comprising 451 folios, includes only a few biblical scenes. Accompanying the book of Jonah is this depiction of Jonah being thrown off a ship and entering the mouth of the big fish that conveniently awaits him in the water. The manuscript, which includes all 24 books of the Hebrew Bible, provided a good deal of information about its production, as it contains both a beautifully written colophon by the scribe, who copied the work and provided his name and the date when he began writing, 20 July 1299, and when he completed his work, 19 May 1300. The name of the patron was erased, and that's why you're seeing those scratch marks and empty space. But most likely it was erased by a later owner. Many Bibles, including the Rothschild Pentateuch, contain inscriptions that identify the scribe and patron. What is especially noteworthy about the Severa Bible is that it includes a colophon in which the artist identifies himself. Penned in zoomorphic and anthropomorphic letters, the artist wrote, "I, Joseph the Frenchman, illustrated and completed this book." While the inclusion of a colophon by a scribe is not unusual, the presence of an inscription that identifies the artist is rare. Unlike in Ashkenaz and Sfarad, biblical illustrations and manuscripts produced in Italy have not been studied extensively. Although Bibles were illuminated beginning in the 13th century in Rome, few contained biblical illustrations. The Laurentian Library in Florence houses two notable examples of manuscripts that contain images from the Bible. An early example, an undated Rashi commentary on the Bible, most likely produced in the 13th century. Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, commonly referred to by his acronym Rashi, lived in Troyes from 1040 until 1105. His writings on the Bible are among the most studied of all Jewish commentaries. The illustration for the opening of Genesis at the beginning of the manuscript contains a red frame scene of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Although damaged, this is one of the few examples in this manuscript that depicts a clearly identifiable biblical narrative. Another illustration of the biblical text is found at the beginning of the commentary for Parashat Ki Tetzei, Deuteronomy 21:10, which begins, when you go forth to war with your... Okay, so before we took our little break, we were looking at a commentary of the Bible that's at the Laurenziana Library in Florence. And it's interesting because it's from probably the 13th century, and it does have biblical illustrations. And what you're seeing here is, let me see. So we looked at a scene of creation from the beginning of the commentary on Genesis. And now you're seeing another illustration of the biblical text that's found at the beginning of the commentary for Parashat Ki Tetzei, Deuteronomy 21:10, which begins, when you go forth to war with your enemies. Confronting each other on either side of the opening words, Ki tetzei lemilchama al oivecha, are fancifully depicted soldiers bearing arms. Although clearly relating to the text, their appearance is whimsical. So the torsos are human and it makes sense, and then you realize their tails become monstrous and fun. So you saw one very rare manuscript that has, as far as I know, has not been published. But also in the library is a copy of Abraham ibn Ezra's commentary on the Pentateuch. Born in Toledo, Spain, around 1090, he was one of the great Jewish biblical commentators of the Middle Ages. This manuscript was produced in 1432 for Isaac ben Menachem da Pisa, a wealthy Florentine who possessed a collection of manuscripts that included literary, philosophical, historical, and scientific works. So it's not just Jewish manuscripts. In the colophon of this codex, the scribe identified himself as Shlomo Davin of Marseille. As the brown ink of the numerous decorations matches that of the text, and sometimes the writing overlaps the images, while other times the adornments overlap the writing, it is likely that Shlomo was the illustrator of the 48 scenes in this volume. This is the opening of the commentary for Parashat Vayakhel, and Moses gathered all the Israelites, Exodus 35:1. Earlier, you viewed a fanciful scene of the jousting hybrid knights at the beginning of this parasha in the Rothschild Pentateuch. In the Ibn Ezra commentary, the illustration is realistic. Moses stands at the right and faces the Israelites, here represented by only 4 men who are in front of him. This is the opening of the commentary for this past week's Torah portion, Leviticus 12:1, usually referred to as Tazria, part of the second verse of the chapter. Here it is written out in full as Isha ki Tazria, when a woman conceives. While in the Rothschild Pentateuch, the opening was embellished with fanciful trumpet-blowing figures, here a woman is shown lying in an accurately depicted 15th century bed with her swaddled newborn lying next to her. Throughout this manuscript, the text of the Parshiot are illustrated in a realistic and detailed manner, often providing a sense of daily life in 15th century Italy. Depicted in the earlier Italian commentary of the Bible in a more fanciful manner, the opening for Chi Te Se in this work of 1432 accurately depicts a gathering of Israelites wearing armor and on horseback, while others carry shields as they go out to battle. Although foliate forms and imaginary animals fill in spaces within the corners of the panel that would otherwise have been empty, the human figures in the upper section convincingly portray 15th century soldiers. The parasha in the Rothschild Pentateuch that you saw at the very beginning of this lecture, which had been added to the Bible in the 15th century, was Nitzavim, Deuteronomy 29:9. Nitzavim literally means standing, as all the Israelites stood together to enter the covenant with God. The scene within the initial word panel in the Ibn Ezra commentary depicts Moses at the right, addressing a group of men. Although the decision to portray a gathering of 6 males may seem to be an appropriate illustration, it does not accurately convey what the text says. Unlike the representation in the commentary, in keeping with the description in the Bible, the scene in the Rothschild Pentateuch includes not only men, but also women and children. The illustration has been attributed to Yoel ben Shimon, a scribe artist who was active in Germany and Italy in the second half of the 15th century. His signed early works indicate that he was from the Rhine area. Sometimes he specified he was from Bonn, while other times he noted that he was from Cologne. Although there is still much to be discovered about Yoel, 12 manuscripts exist that were signed by him, and 21 others have been attributed to him based on stylistic similarities with those securely executed by him. The facing pages on the screen are from a Haggadah known as the Second New York Haggadah, housed in the library of the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York. On the right and at the top left is the conclusion of the liturgical text read at the Passover Seder. Written in large letters beneath the final 3 lines is the phrase L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, next year in Jerusalem. Beneath this is Yoel's colophon, in which he wrote, I, the scrivener, Yoel ben Shimon, known as Feibish Ashkenazi, from the city of Cologne on the Rhine, copied, vocalized, and illustrated this Haggadah. He continued that he completed it in the month of Elul in the year 214, which calculates to 1454. Already in 1452, Yoel, originally from Ashkenaz, copied a prayer book in Cremona. That manuscript, now in Turin and largely destroyed by a fire in the early 20th century, was penned in a clearly identifiable Ashkenazic script. The Haggadah in New York, produced only 2 years later, reveals both in its script and in its art the influence of his experience in Italy. It is one of 3 works in which Yoel identified himself as the artist. Of the 2 other manuscripts in which Yoel wrote that he was the artist, one comprised 6 leaves with illustrations that relate to the tabernacle. Their location is currently unknown. The other is the so-called Ashkenazi Haggadah in the British Library. Yoel ben Shimon was not the scribe of this work, but the decorator of some of its pages. In a colophon on folio 48V, written in the form of a short poem, Yoel wrote that he illustrated the manuscript. Although another artist added a good deal of the decoration, this scene of the Exodus was executed by him. The same subject, depicted as a double-page spread with the Egyptians on the right in pursuit of the Israelites at the left, appears in 2 other manuscripts decorated by Yoel. Those, however, were executed in Italy. One of these is another Haggadah, which was formerly in the Beinecke Library at Yale and known as the Murphy Haggadah. After having been identified as a stolen Rothschild manuscript, it was donated by the family to the National Library in Israel, where it was renamed the Rothschild Haggadah. This is the second, but not the last Rothschild manuscript you will be seeing today. The scribe, whose name was highlighted on folio 23V, was Judah. The illustrations and decorations, however, have been attributed to Yoel ben Shimon. Unlike the Ashkenazi Haggadah, the style is consistent with the Italian works attributed to him. This is a detail of the Israelites. In all 7 of the scenes attributed to Yoel that you will be viewing that depict Moses and the Israelites, men, women, and children are included. They all also contain Hebrew inscriptions identifying what is represented. This Machzor, a prayer book with readings for the entire year, is another manuscript with illustrations attributed to Yoel ben Shimon. Now known as the Rothschild Jesselson Machzor, and previously as the Rothschild Weil Machzor, seen here are facing pages from the Haggadah section of the first volume, now housed in the National Library of Israel. Produced in Italy, the scribe was Leon ben Joshua de Rossi of Cesena. He was not the illuminator, and most of the illustrations are in the style of Yoel ben Shimon. Seen here are 2 pages from the Passover section of the Machzor. At the top right is a depiction of a 15th century Italian Seder scene in which, according to Italian custom, all of the attendees participate in the raising of the Seder basket. At the bottom, spread across both pages, as in the Ashkenazi Haggadah, is a depiction of the Exodus. Again, men, women, and children are depicted, and the illustration includes inscriptions. As before, aside from Moses, who wears invented Orientalized clothing, the figures are elegantly attired in contemporary Italian clothing. The second volume of this prayer book is in the collection of Dr. David and Yemima Jesselson in Zurich. The text seen here is for the festival of Shavuot, in which the giving of the law is celebrated. Moses is now separated from the Israelites as he stands on Mount Sinai and receives the tablets of the law. The figures heading the Israelites and identified by an inscription, the first figure is that of Aaron. Both he and Moses wear turbans and imagined clothing, while the Israelites are attired in refined 15th century Italian clothing. Another Machzor with art attributed to Yoel ben Shimon was produced in Florence in 1490. Housed in the library of the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York, it is known as the Rothschild Machzor. Although Moses is once again seen receiving the tablets of the law on Mount Sinai with the Israelites looking below, the illustration is not for Shavuot, but the opening of the Mishnaic tractate of Pirkei Avot, variously referred to as the sayings of the fathers, the chapters of the fathers, the ethics of the fathers, which begins by recounting that Moses received the Torah on Sinai and handed it to Joshua. Faithful to the text, in the illustration, Joshua, rather than Aaron, heads the Israelites. Once again, inscriptions identify specific elements in the scene. As before, Moses wears imagined Orientalized clothing, while the Israelites, including Joshua, are attired in elegant contemporary Italian clothing. Returning to the Rothschild Pentateuch, as there is no overt action that is described in this reading, it's not surprising that Parashat Nitzavim is rarely accompanied by an illustration. An exceptional example is found in the Ibn Ezra commentary, where the artist portrayed a generic scene of a gathering of men. By contrast, Yoel ben Shimon, who was a masterful narrator, as you've seen, depicted several representations of Moses with the assembled Israelites, including specific elements from the biblical text. The parashah begins, "You stand today before the Lord your God, your tribal captains, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and your stranger who is in your camp, from the ewer of wood to the drawer of water." In this representation, note that unlike the elegantly attired Israelites, the two male figures at the left wear simple clothing. One holds an axe, while the other carries 2 buckets of water. These are the menial laborers mentioned in the text. It is not known why this 15th century leaf was substituted for the original 13th century folio. The result, however, is striking. While the rest of the Pentateuch is lavishly illuminated with fanciful grotesques created in Ashkenaz, this page, decorated by an artist working in Italy, contains an illustration that relates quite specifically to the text it accompanies. It is a wonderful addition to our knowledge of biblical illustrations and to the art of Yoel ben Shimon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen. And I'll introduce our next speaker, Dr. Marc Michael Epstein. Dr. Marc Michael Epstein, professor on the Maddie M. Pascal and Norman Davis Chair in Religion and Visual Culture at Vassar College, was Vassar's first director of Jewish studies. He is a graduate of Oberlin College, received his PhD at Yale University, and did much of his graduate research at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. He has written on various topics in visual and material culture produced by, for, and about Jews. His 2011 book, The Medieval Haggadah, Art, Narrative, and Religious Imagination with Yale University Press, was selected by the London Times Literary Supplement as one of the best books of the year. His 2015 Skies of Parchment, Seas of Ink, Jewish Manuscript Elimination with Princeton University Press, a large format survey of the genre with over 300 illustrations in brilliant digital color, was the winner of the National Jewish Book Award. Penn State University Press will publish his new work, People of the Image, Jews and Art, which is concerned with the question of process of showing one's work in the historiography of art made for and sometimes by Jews, sometime in the next year. His current project is titled Jewish Topographies in Christian Art and discusses the use of space that can be regarded as Jewish, co-opted for Christian viewers in 15th and 16th century paintings in Italy and the North. During the 80s, Dr. Epstein was director of the Hebrew Books and Manuscripts Division of Sotheby's Judaica Department and continues to serve as consultant to various libraries, auction houses, museums, and private collectors throughout the world. Please help me welcome Dr. Marc Michael Epstein.
I'm really delighted to be here at UCLA and so very grateful to both Beth and Zrinka for their kind invitation. conscientious and patient organization, and fabulous welcome. Thanks to Erin as well for her administrative and technical acumen. It's really an honor to be here. My wonderful colleagues, it's a joy and a pleasure to present in such stimulating company. You know, it's not easy to follow the weekly Torah reading from a 13th century manuscript. The Masorah Magna and Parva and page rubrics persist in twisting themselves into interesting geometric and other forms. Marginal drolleries, though cute, can be distracting. And the text itself is compressed, quirky, hedged about with a thicket of lighter paratextual addenda, vowels, and cantillation marks intended to ease reading, but in fact rather cramping in that already tightly spaced text column. And how in the world is one to even see the tiny samech and pei marks that indicate the ends of sections and aliyot? The Hebrew cursive for the commentary of Rashi, the famous medieval exegete, whose notes are included in most medieval and contemporary Hebrew Bible editions, is impossible. It looks for all the world like a series of identical brushstrokes, much like the Gothic script of the time with all its minims. In fact, the medieval Chumash resembles, as Adam noted, nothing more than the characteristically tightly packed Parisian scholastic Bibles or glossed Bibles of its time. And yet, following the Torah reading from a late 13th century manuscript is precisely what I was doing one Saturday morning a few months ago, as one does. The manuscript in question, of course, was the Rothschild Pentateuch, very exciting, relatively recent acquisition of the Getty Museum. And I had the great privilege of being able to peruse it shortly after its acquisition. It's a relatively little studied manuscript. And so some of our interlocutors online say, well, what do scholars think about such and such an image? Well, you're looking at them, right? And actually what I have to say today is very preliminary. It's out of my ambit, my normal ambit, and I'm requesting my friends and colleagues to help me with it because it's not something I normally do. Let me explain. My mandate was originally to speak about the Jewish bestiary present in the margins of this Pentateuch. In other words, I was going to give Adam's paper. It's very good that Adam gave Adam's paper because it was much better than what I could have done. And so to prepare us for the seminar, Beth Morrison, highly efficient Beth Morrison, sent each participant a complete set of scans of the manuscript on a thumb drive to work with. And oh boy, you know, I felt like Howard Carver, this is such a colonial reference, right? Looking into Tutankhamun's tomb and being asked, what do you see? Do you see anything? He says, yeah, marvelous things, right? I mean, whoa, right? The Rothschild Pentateuch contains the 5 books of Moses, the Chumash, divided for liturgical readings in the synagogue, followed, well, not in the synagogue actually, because you'll see, there's a question about actually how it was used, followed by the liturgical prophetic readings, the Haftarot. Okay. With, as I mentioned at the outset, Masoretic notes on the text, and as I also discussed, a commentary by Rashi. It was written in present-day northern France, Western Germany for its patron, Joseph and Joseph Martel, whose the textual clues clearly indicate was probably a refugee forced to flee England during the expulsion of 1290, and completed, as we've heard, on June 17, 1296 by scribes Eliyahu ben Meshulam, the main text, and Eliyahu ben Yechiel, the 2 Eliyahus, who dealt with the micrography. The illuminator of the lively beast-filled illustrations is unknown, but clearly talented and imaginative. Did I mention imaginative? I mean, you know, this is something. And the missing leaf, as you know, was replaced in the second half of the 15th century and illustrated in the manner of the well-known Jewish illuminator Yoel ben Shimon in characteristic German Italianate style. Inscriptions in the manuscript indicate that it was passed down through the hands of many Ashkenazi communal luminaries, including Rabbi Akiva ben Ephraim before 1484, Yechiel, that's Michael Limiat ben Uri in 1484, and in the 16th century, Gershon ben Moshe HaKohen Rappa. It was long in the hands, as Beth mentioned, of the Katzenelnbogen family, owned by Saul Wall Katzenelnbogen, who was the putative king of Poland for a single day, and passed down by inheritance within the Wall Katzenelnberg family until acquired by the Baroness von Rothschild, who donated it to the Staats- und Universitätsbibliothek of Frankfurt am Main before 1920. And in the 50s, the manuscript was part of an exchange for real estate in Frankfurt between the German government and the local German Jewish family that had relocated to New York. And from then it resided with that family, descending by inheritance until sold to the Getty in 2018. Adkan, right? This we've heard, this we know, this is the whole provenance. Now, my preferred method of working on manuscripts, I think we all agree, is to sit in front of them, to feel the parchment, experiencing it as the skin it is, to take in the play of light on the illumination, to be able to see underpainting and silver pointing, preparations, corrections, abrasions, imperfections, and to experience even the particular scent of each volume. Barring such firsthand experience, Beth's digital gift was the next best thing. So what did I do? Don't look at me like I'm crazy, at least for this. I printed out all of the 1,000 or so folia, bound it in order to be able to peruse the manuscript as a surrogate in as close in form that as I could get in Poughkeepsie, New York under lockdown, right, to the original. Now, when you physically, here it is, that's my, I did it in several volumes, right? When you physically grasp a bound life-size codex, even a facsimile as cheap as the one I had patched together, you get a profound haptic sense of the heft and the character of the volume, how it feels in the hands, if it can be held in the hands, right? 1,000 folia pushes the limit, as I found. You see how all the designs of the Masorah and the illuminations relate to each other over each open bifolium, each open double page spread. You realize that the pictures are speaking to one another, or pointing at, or looking at one another, or at various loci within the text, often across the page or relating to something on the other side of the folium. The layout, the format, the stops, the divisions begin to make sense over each bifolium, each double page spread, verso and recto. The thing comes together as the book it was intended to be, rather than as pixels on the screen. But how to systematically review such a massive codex, particularly when one has other things to do in one's life? Well, there's a natural opportunity for me to do so because, well, I hate synagogue so much that I hold it in my home, okay? We hold synagogue services in our living room each week. And I resolved that as the Torah portion was read by my wife, right? Rather than following along in the printed Chumash, the printed Pentateuch, I would follow in the Rothschild Pentateuch. I'd been doing this for a few months when I made the discovery I'm about to discuss with you. Now, I have to say, at the beginning of my career, I was not shy about discussing discoveries made this way. I once, one of my early sort of thoughts about lions and unicorns and the ceiling of the Chodorov synagogue in what is now Ukraine and the relationship of the image to the text came when I had a postcard of that image sitting on my stender, on my little desk in shul, in synagogue, and I heard with one ear, with half an ear maybe, the prophetic portion of the week being read and realized that it related to the image. right? And I used to say that, at conferences, people would say, we don't care about your religious life, right? But the fact is that this book was used in an active way at a certain point in history. It was reviewed weekly. It might have been brought to the synagogue, more likely because of the tradition, actually the custom, perhaps even you could say the law of Shnai Mikra v'Echad Targum, of reading scripture twice with the Targum, with the translation, at least once a week. It might have been used in the home for this reason. So this was a book that was used on a weekly basis. And I now, because of my own particular needs, was reading it in the same way. Well, once one becomes used to negotiating the crampedness of the space and the thicket of vowels and cantillation signs, the actual script of the Pentateuch in this manuscript, on the whole, is remarkably legible in terms of brightness of parchment and darkness of letters. Now, there are, of course, places in which it has faded slightly, as one might expect in a manuscript that turned 725 years old several months ago. There's one section of the text, however, about 5 centimeters tall, that's almost totally illegible. It is faded in a manner unique in the entire manuscript. This is folio 433 recto. The text at that juncture is in the Torah portion of Ekev, Deuteronomy chapter 7 through 11, basically. And the passage is a specific one. Moses, in one of his final orations before he passes, is admonishing the Israelites that they must observe God's commandments, lest they suffer a terrible fate. In verse 11:6, he recalls a paradigmatic case of rebellion in order to make his point. Recall, Moses states, what God did to Datan and Aviram, sons of Eliab, sons of Reuben, when the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them, along with their households, their tents, and every living thing in the vicinity from amidst all Israel. This is an explicit threat of the consequences for rebellion. Seeing the exceptionally faded script here, I wondered why these lines specifically were nearly erased. Did they contain an error? No, you can read the outlines of what remains and it is correct. Was the text censored? If it was, there should be some indication of such censorship, the scrape of a penknife, ink applied over the text. Remember Evie's colophon that had been, futzed with by the subsequent owner, right? And there is not. This is not a natural light-induced fading, as one finds in several other places in the manuscript, nor is it an erasure. It is an extreme fading due to some sort of abrasion or contact with something that literally dissolved the ink, okay? Now, folks, I'm in uncharted territories here. If you know me, you know I like iconography, right? To such an extent that I sometimes focus on iconography and people say, well, can't you pin it to a specific historical event, right? I say, I'm not a historian, I don't play that on television, leave it to Katrin, right? That's my general approach, right? I really am interested in iconography, how the physical essence of a manuscript, particularly in a facsimile, right, is kind of beyond my ken. So I'm really, I usually come and deliver paper with an authority and I have a thesis. Bear with me and help me out. Now, there is no sign of damage on the other side of the folio or on the opposite folio, but there's a slight warping in the left margin of the folio itself. Stress lines marking the parchment as pulling toward the text, toward the gutter, right? As if something a bit weighty had been placed directly upon the folio in this area of the text, probably repeatedly, because if you did it once, it wouldn't have that effect of pulling the text toward the inner margin. Such erasures and bowing of the parchment are not evident in other manuscripts known to me. For instance, here's the same passage in the Chavera Bible, a roughly contemporary Iberian Pentateuch, right, which shows no such damage. I puzzled for a little while over this erasure, didn't know what to make of it, or if I should make anything of it. You know, it's fashionable today to make a lot of, to make something of nothing, right? Alina Gertzman has recently written on, a book on nothing is the matter, right? So when, to talk about like lacunae and emptiness and absence, right? And the physicality of the page. And I love all that stuff. I just feel like if I would talk about it, I would really be spinning my wheels off into theoretical territory that's also sort of outside of my ambit, right? So I don't want to talk about this in a theoretical way. I want to talk about it in a physical way. And as I looked at it, I recalled a terrible and disturbing text that I have taught my undergraduates for years. The famous More Judaica, the oath according to the Jewish custom that was required of Jews testifying in Gentile courts throughout the early and later Middle Ages. Now, swearing on sacred objects in court was a common practice among non-Jews, as well as among Jews in the Middle Ages. But the humiliating spectacle that Jews testifying in non-Jewish courts were required to undergo was particularly egregious. The earliest version, dating from the 10th century and promulgated in the court of Constantine VII, 912 to 959, demands that a Jew, while swearing in a Gentile court, shall have a belt of thorns threaded through his crotch, stand in water, and swear by barase bara, bereshit bara, the very first words of Genesis, that if he speaks the untruth in court, quote, the earth may swallow him as it did Datan and Aviram. The reiteration of the explicit threat for rebellion that originates in Deuteronomy 11:6 was ubiquitous throughout the Middle Ages in Ashkenaz. Korach's rebellion was a well-known incidence of the offense of the Jews against their own God and their own leaders, and was often depicted in medieval and later art. Right. Punishment of Korach in the Cologne Bible, famous version by Botticelli in the Sistine Chapel, up through the 19th century. Anytime you could show the Jews in a bad light, right? It was very popular. It also was an admonishment to Christians to not to be rebellious, obviously. Jacob Rader Marcus, in his Jew in the Medieval World, a source book, a book that we often use for undergraduates, says of the Jewish oath that, quote, this Byzantine formula, which is probably based on a Hebrew or Aramaic original, was employed with considerable variations in most European lands during the Middle Ages. The form Marcus brings in his source book is from Frankfurt on the Main, circa 1392, and was originally in seemingly rhyming Middle High German. The Jewish litigant or witness, subjected to various physical indignities and humiliations, is made to stand on a sow's skin, the skin of a female pig, and the 5 books of Master Moses shall lie before him, and his right hand up to the wrist shall lie upon the book, and he shall repeat after him who administers the oath of the Jews. And lo and behold, primary among the listed courses for perjury, we read, may the earth envelop and swallow you up as it did Datan and Aviram, and may your dust never join other dust, in the other earth, in the bosom of Master Abraham, if what you say is not true and right. Marcus opines that one's dust never joining other earth refers either to the lack of a decent burial for someone who lies in court, or the withholding of resurrection on the day of judgment. And the oath concludes, and so help you, God's name, you have sworn the truth. Recalling this text, I suddenly realized what I think I was looking at in the Rothschild Pentateuch. This Chumash, the prized possession of the Gevirim, the heads and patrons of the community. I'm not sure which community. This is what I need your help with. Possibly Frankfurt, where the manuscript sojourned for a good number of years. Was the actual copy of, quote, the books of the Master Moses that was brought to court in a particular community, probably on numerous occasions. It was sworn upon by Jewish litigants or witnesses. It was their right hands up to the wrist, and their, no doubt, perspiring fingers that dissolved the text at this point, and which pulled the parchment down toward the gutter on this folio. As I say, there's about 3 fingers width of text here. Perhaps the Jewish litigants or witnesses were required to use those 3 fingers to swear, as Christians did on the Trinity, right? Further humiliating Jews who were made to do things in the oath, like pronounce the ineffable name of God in certain versions, humiliating them into performing a symbolic evocation of the Trinity. There are also descriptions of the oath which required that, quote, the doorknob or the lock of the synagogue or the key to the synagogue be placed on the open Pentateuch. I had a strong hunch that had we the proper technology, the dissolved text would prove to have traces of reaction to chemicals in human perspiration or in reaction to iron or brass elements. And so I contacted Beth Morrison, who consulted Nancy Turner, the director of paper conservation at the Getty and their specialist in parchment. She reported back as follows. I looked at folio 433V, and Epstein is out of his mind. No, I looked at folio 433V regarding the center right column of text about which he speaks. Indeed, the text appears to be abraded in one area, and I can't see any erasure or rewriting in that area at center right. So abrasion with no rewriting. Confirming his observation, yes. I also think that although there are many places where the text is light, there is no other passage in the manuscript that occasions this kind of abrasion or dissolution. And Dr. Morrison herself, sorry to put you on the spot, reports that what she noticed when I looked at it with my curatorial colleague Larissa Groman, is that the folio along the edge is more transparent in 2 places along the left edge, a possible indication of more handling in those areas because of the oils in one's hands. We compared those areas to numerous other folios in the manuscript, and they were notably more translucent than the other areas. In addition, the parchment was worn very smooth in those 2 areas, indicating handling over time. All 3 scholars note that there seems to have been something actually or deliberately erased in the inner margin, but it will require additional scrutiny to determine what it was. Perhaps, and I'm just thinking aloud here, there was a marginal note indicating that this was the passage on which the hand or the synagogue lock or doorknob or key was supposed to be placed while testimony was given, and it was later erased to effectively bury the memory of the trauma of the Jewish oath. Meaning, perhaps, that this was the very book used by Jews to swear somewhere the Jewish oath. The prospect sends chills up my spine, and I'm not a chilly kind of guy. Now, I admit that my method in attempting to solve this mystery has been somewhat unorthodox, and that even the subject itself, a lacuna, an eraser, sure, a literal dissolution, is not the sort of thing that I'm used to writing about or really qualified to write about. But like the wine stains in some of my favorite Haggadot, however, and here you can see one of them, wine staining the page that depicts the servant pouring wine for the ceremony, right? This trace d'élément, right, the trace of the touch of human hands on this beautiful manuscript made me both sad and joyful. These were not the hands of Jews at a celebratory feast of freedom, but the hands of Jews under terrible duress. And so I was sad, of course, for their humiliation and their fate. But I was at the same time joyful because this beautiful book has survived as mute witness to their testimony, their trust in the one, and their bravery under terrible circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to both Doctors Cohen and Epstein. And we'll take some questions now, either from the audience here or the audience over Zoom.
Thanks, it's not my stuff, though.
Thank you. Let me direct one question to each of you, and both of them are speculative, but I can't help but ask. Evelyn, first, do you have even a hunch why what must have happened to that page that required it to be replaced? And Marc, now that you've isolated that spot, have you looked at other Bibles to see if the same passage has encountered the same effect?
Okay, I absolutely have no idea. I haven't seen that page yet in the original. It was exciting. I did see the open Bible at the great exhibit that's on at the Getty right now. But even if I could see that, I don't know if I could figure it out. Yeah, I would be so speculative, but I have no idea right now.
And I've been through all the Ashkenazi Bibles I could find online and a good number of the Sephardi ones as well, and have not yet found any such thing. But it was just so striking, and I would never have come across it because it was in an unillustrated section. It was like you were saying, Adam, interest in the grand narrative illustrations and less interest in the ones that the sort of like marginal. This is quote unquote just text. It probably wouldn't have been noticed until somebody who was perhaps working on this very standard text had decided to work on it. So I looked, I haven't found anything. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
And even if it doesn't exist, it doesn't mean you're wrong. I think that's a tremendous, tremendous insight, and it's so exciting.
Well, it's as I say, I'm excited by it, but it's not my kind of insight. I would welcome, I say to you, and to anybody who's out there who is into this sort of stuff, the material, physical context of books, to chase this down, because this is as far as I'll go with this. It's not in my usual bailiwick. And while it's exciting, it interests me less than other things that I do. So I'm putting it in the public domain, but I thought I'd start the ball rolling.
Thank you. I'm fascinated by both your papers in terms of what it says about how this actual object may have been used and reused in the Middle Ages. And Evelyn, my question for you was, I've published on a completely different manuscript, a Christian prayer book, where some of the images were integrated from a different book. And I came to the conclusion that perhaps whoever was commissioning the book really just wanted this very famous artist who was dead by the time this book was made. And I'm wondering if there's any possibility, of course, it's possible the page was damaged and it was cut out, but is there any possibility that since the manuscript was in Italy at this time, and we know bibliophiles love books, is there any idea that it could have been actually purposefully put in, because he kind of clearly specialized in this scene, that it might have been put in to kind of put his mark on this older object?
I don't know how we would know that, actually. Now, one thing that comes to mind, which is the opposite, and I don't think people notice much, though I probably wrote it in a facsimile, is that we have an illustration that was cut out. And it might have been somebody found it objectionable even, but to want to put something new in, I mean, also think of what's involved, because it's a bifolio that had to be replaced. Again, I've never examined the codicology, but that's a big mess. And I would think that there'd be other more logical places to try to do it.
But
even.
also, it's a sacred text. So if it was functional, to take it out, what would they do? It had God's name in it. They'd have to bury it in a cemetery, put it in a geniza. However, sort of melding these two perspectives, it is possible, I think, that the page was damaged in some way. And they did say, well, look at what page it is. We should get the best guy. We should get the specialist who does this scene. I mean, that's something that comes out when you show
Yeah,
all
'cause
those
there
examples.
are so many that he did like that, though they have to be thinking in a very different way, because usually who finds an image for Nitzavim?
Right.
It's such a rare thing to begin with.
Evie, you obviously are the last word on Yal Ben Shimon, but I just wanted to suggest there are other manuscripts which have been attributed to him, right? Where he did, where if it is in fact Yal Ben Simeon's work, he would have been adding work to pieces that were written earlier. So I guess the first question is if you would subscribe to the fact that, if you agree that these manuscripts are attributed to him, this wouldn't be the first time that he's come in and added things to other manuscripts. But I mean, it's sort of an if, but you're pretty familiar with his work. So, I mean, there are oil-stained pages in this manuscript for those of you who have sort of gone through all the pages. And it is possible that it might have been damaged, or maybe it was the guy's bar mitzvah parsha. I mean, and he's like, oh, my 50th bar mitzvah. I mean, who knows? We can't know why it was replaced, but Yol is known for coming in or attributed to coming in. Would you want to comment on that, or?
Again, in the case of this manuscript, if I haven't seen it, I really have.
I mean, we know what he signed, but there have been works attributed to them that.
Right, where he's added things later, very definitely. Or certainly I agree that there are things he's added later.
That's all right.
Yeah, so he does do this sometimes, but again, this is a different kind of thing because it's a substitution. And that's what makes it much more of a mystery.
Yes.
Why remove a bifolium and put in a new one? The kind of things that are coming to mind that he's added, he's not physically changing the manuscript.
Blank spaces that he fills stuff in.
Yeah, he puts things
Okay.
in, but here he's actually removing, or somebody actively removed something and then had it put in. The other question is, was there something there that people did find objectionable and removed the other one? And then they were stuck and they needed somebody to add it in. But again, who knows?
Can I just add one thing to that? I was speaking to Zrinka before, just by coincidence. I asked where her heart is in terms of her work, and she said fixers. I said, what do you mean fixers? Somebody who serves as an intermediary when a work or a text or something is coming from context A to B. Is that person an inventor, right? Is that person a plumber? Is that person a creator? And the question that this raises, actually, this substitutional versus, the additional thing is, I think, in and of itself, an important chapter in the history of Yal Ben Shimon in terms of how he perhaps represented himself to his clients or what clients thought of him. So that's excellent. Thank you for saying that.
This is a question for Dr. Evie Cohen. There's another page in the Vassar Pentateuch that when I saw it, I wondered it also had been done by, illuminated by a different artist. That's 424V. It's the page that has a dragon-like image with a very coiled neck and a very coiled tail. And the rendering of that dragon is far more developed and shaded than really almost all the other images that I saw anyway. And also, it seemed like it was a section that had been gone over. And thirdly, there was something about the way the neck and the tail were coiled that, at least in my mind, visually as an artist, sort of looked like the rolling, unrolling of a Torah. So I'd love to have your comments on this.
Gregory, what folio is that?
Yeah.
I had it on just before. I'll show you if I can get back to my.
424B.
Here's 1 second.
That's it.
He's talking about this dragon here.
Yeah. And we've looked at it.
It's the center image of the dragon with the
And
coil.
also this figure at the bottom, this piece.
Is the question, is this your Ben Shimon or just that's
Is it an
something?
intervention?
Could be,
Yeah.
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 Again, realize I've never seen this page. It's really, I hesitate to comment on something I've never seen in the original.
As you should.
But yeah, well, we tried. We just couldn't work it
No, I'm
out.
saying it's,
Yeah.
you know, you're correct, yes.
Okay, so there's one question from a participant here. And she asks, are there accretions of dirt where the hand/object would be placed? As we would see in Christian books, used for civic oath swearing?
Alina, always interested in emptiness, nothingness, and dirt. It's okay. Yeah, well, she's right to be. I don't know. I haven't seen that page in person, so I can't tell you. Beth, is it particularly, is it a dirty page? No, it's not so dirty, but it is thinner, it is oilier, it is, you know, and we don't know, maybe it was cleaned over time. So we're gonna get a dirt specialist in, Alina, and we will make a dirt report for you, okay? After we make the nothingness report.
And I see a hand from Celeste, if you want to go ahead.
Hello. Sorry, just a brief note on the page with the later edition with the dragon. I looked at it a year ago and I was quite curious. And to me, stylistically, it looked very similar to the Yoav Ben Shimon page. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was done by him. But I guess the more intriguing question is why exactly would he replace it? And then I noticed that basically beneath it is kind of the this hybrid figure with a sort of Jewish hat and then sort of the sort of head vaguely resembling a monkey in sort of frontal view, sort of, and also with birds' claws for his feet. And then in the image, the feet are also kind of replaced with the sort of the face of a dragon, basically. So I guess there's probably some sort of aniconic tendency, or perhaps just a sort of distaste of the sort of specific form of the hybrid figure, but yeah, I can't really say more about that.
Celeste has looked at this quite a bit. She knows a lot about it. So I hope that helps Joshua with this question.
I sort of have a question for Marc as well about the page, because I sort of saw that basically I think is the folio before that on the same side, so they're not facing. There's also very faint signs of erasure or just the script fading. So I wonder whether you might have a theory about how that might be the case, or you know how.
I need to have a look at it tomorrow. We'll all have a look at it tomorrow, and we'll report back what we see. Because you know, I looked at it once, and I looked at the pretty pictures because I'm like a raven. That's what my eye gets attracted to, you know. And it was only in the course, and what you're referring to doesn't come across in my facsimile so much. So we'll have a look tomorrow, and I'll let you know. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, welcome back for the third and final session of today's symposium, and apologies for the slight fire alarm induced delay. It's my pleasure to introduce for our first of two speakers today, Professor David Shyovitz, Associate Professor of History and Jewish Studies at Northwestern University and Director of Northwestern's Crown Family Center for Jewish and Israel Studies. His research focuses on medieval European intellectual and cultural history, with a particular emphasis on Jewish history and Jewish-Christian relations. The author of A Remembrance of His Wonders, Nature and the Supernatural in Medieval Ashkenaz, Penn 2017, which was awarded the John Nichols Brown Prize for Best First Book in Medieval Studies by the Medieval Academy of America. His current book project, O Beastly Jew, Jews, Animals, and Jewish Animals in the Middle Ages, explores the overlapping ways in which Jewish and Christian authors and artists distinguish human from animals, Jews from Christians, over the course of the Middle Ages. His paper today is entitled Zoocephalism Reconsidered, Humanity and Hybridity in Medieval Ashkenazic Visual Culture.
All right, hello everybody. Let me join in my fellow speakers in thanking the organizers, everybody who's made today possible. This has been even, an even more enriching and thought-provoking experience than it otherwise would have been, given what the last 2 years have looked like. And so it's a real privilege to participate. Let me also say, just for starters, that I'm not an art historian. I'm venturing a little bit outside of my comfort zone today, which makes me that much more appreciative of having such distinguished colleagues here in the crowd. I'm really looking forward to having a chance to sort of think all these issues through together with all of you. So one of the best known and least understood phenomena in medieval Jewish art is the explosion of zoocephalic imagery in 13th and 14th century Hebrew manuscript illumination. I'll be using this word a lot, so let's just define it. Most people in this room don't need a definition, but just to be on the safe side. Zoocephalism referring to characters, figures that have the heads of animals on human bodies, zoo from animals, cephalic relating to the head. And from the 1230s through approximately 1350, Hebrew illuminated manuscripts produced in German lands, what medieval Jews referred to as Ashkenaz, were teeming with images of animal-headed hybrids. These bird and lion and donkey-headed figures pervaded illustrations of scriptural scenes and depictions of Jewish rituals, and were grafted onto the bodies of an array of biblical figures, Jewish worshippers, and even angels. Thus, in the famous bird's head or griffin's head Haggadah, the Israelites who toil in and eventually depart from Egypt are depicted with beaked faces atop human bodies. In the Hammelburg Machzor, zoocephalic Jews light the Hanukkah menorah and blow the shofar on the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah, while in the so-called tripartite Machzor, bird-headed Jews perform the commandment of waving the 4 species, and animalistic women populate scenes from Exodus and from the book of Ruth. The Louds Machzor extends zoocephalism into the heavenly realm and depicts lion-headed angels among God's celestial retinue. And these are just a few of many, many examples, and we'll see a couple others as we go along. Now, it's worth noting at the outset that hybrid creatures are far from unique to Ashkenazic manuscripts. As we heard earlier today, in medieval visual culture in general, all manner of monstrous creatures populate the margins of various manuscripts, as well as the far reaches of Mappae Mundi, the pages of bestiaries, the exteriors of cathedrals, and so on and so forth. These sources comprise not just zoocephalic images, but also human heads on animal bodies, fusions of multiple animals into one, and really every other imaginable, fantastical, and wondrous being. Indeed, the Rothschild Pentateuch that we've heard so much about already today similarly deploys non-zoocephalic hybridity throughout its pages. So we have plenty of examples, and many of these we've seen, of human heads on animal bodies or on the trunks of animals. Almost random sampling of the many different manifestations of this that we find in the manuscript that we've been talking about, as well as sort of anthropomorphized animals that stand upright, have human bearing, etc. What makes medieval Ashkenazic, specifically zoocephalic, unique is its chronologically and geographically circumscribed ubiquity. Over the course of just 120 years or so, specifically animal-headed hybrids pervaded Ashkenazic manuscripts, but remained virtually unheard of in other centers of high medieval Hebrew manuscript illumination, including northern France, Iberia, and Italy. And scholars of medieval Jewish art have proposed a range of explanations for this short-lived iconographic idiosyncrasy. To name just a very few. In a pioneering article, Sophia Aminosa argued that the Ashkenazic zoocephalic imagery conveyed sanctity or even divinity, suggesting that the visual motif, was a late reverberation of Mithraic and Gnostic notions that the deified souls of the righteous take on astral or animal form. Ruth Melenkoff, who also was mentioned earlier today, claimed that animalistic depictions of Jews in these manuscripts were anti-Semitic hate signs, inserted by Christian illustrators who mockingly drew bestial features on Jewish subjects as a mode of visual polemic directed against their Jewish patrons. maybe more influential than either of these, was the approach of H.L.C. Jaffe and Betzalel Narkis, who understood zoocephalism in light of medieval Ashkenazic ambivalence about the permissibility of figural imagery, which some medieval Jewish legal authorities worried contravened the second commandment, the scriptural prohibition against creating and worshiping graven images. In this view, swapping out the human face for an animal one may have mitigated these anxieties by allowing for artistic expression while maintaining the taboo on drawing fully human figures. More recently, an array of scholars, including Marc Epstein, Sophia Buda, Eva Formovic, and others, have cautioned against searching for any single overarching interpretive key that unlocks every zoocephalic image, instead arguing that each manuscript's use of this trope needs to be interpreted in its own immediate context. Rather than seek out any one point of origin for this aesthetic idiom, scholars ought to analyze the ways in which visual language was deployed in diverse ways in diverse settings. Now, although these scholars would disagree on specific matters of interpretation, what their modes of explanation have in common is an implicit underlying anthropocentrism. Whether for aesthetic, halachic, or polemical reasons, the human figures in these manuscripts have been decked with the heads of animals, but are not in any way animals themselves. As Alina Gertzman has recently put it, zoocephalic figures are not in any sense of the word, other than the most superficial one, hybrids. Their nature is not affected by the beastly heads that they possess, or, according to Buddha, animal-headed figures in Hebrew illuminated manuscripts always behave as human beings and not as animals. Animal heads are used as veils to cover the figure's real, that is to say, human faces. In other words, a zoocephalic illustration in a medieval Hebrew manuscript is meant to depict a human being who, for whatever reason, has been illustrated animalistically, rather than an actual hybrid creature whose animal hat in some way complicates or complements his overarching human identity. Animal iconography in this view is layered onto human figures for its signatory value alone. Animal features may have symbolic connotation, but the image as a whole is intended to denote a fully human being. And yet, we'd be remiss not to note that depictions of half human, half animal creatures did not develop in a cultural vacuum. For in the very same historical setting within which zoocephalic images spread, medieval Ashkenazic Jews exhibited a striking preoccupation or even an obsession with human-animal hybridity per se. Medieval Ashkenazic written sources are rife with centaurs, kynocephali, werewolves, werecats, were-rabbits, snakes and birds and insects born from human wombs, animal bodies with human faces, and yes, human bodies with animal heads. These creatures and many more are invoked and analyzed across a vast array of written genres: folk tales and fables, sermons and scriptural exegesis, legal rulings, travel narratives, mystical treatises, and polemical tracts. As I argue in my current book project, medieval Ashkenazic authors and audiences were intensely preoccupied with the overlapping genealogical origins, theological standing, and eschatological fate of humans, animals, and human animals. These concerns reflect a broader ambivalence toward any sharp conceptual dichotomy separating humans from animals. Taxonomic boundaries between species that would later come to be taken for granted were, in medieval Ashkenaz at least, not yet fully reified. In this presentation, I'd like us to consider what meaning we might derive from zoocephalic images when this backdrop is taken into consideration. Rather than assume from the outset that animal imagery is present in these manuscripts primarily for its tactical value or signatory meaning alone, what if we allow that hybrid human-animal forms might have meant exactly what they seem forthrightly to depict: the blurred categorical boundaries between humans and animals? What if sometimes a hybrid is just a hybrid, that is, explicitly intended to attest to hybridity? Now, by this latter, slightly facetious question, I don't mean that zoocephalic figures, much less all zoocephalic figures, were drawn as a kind of a photographic snapshot of actual creatures believed to inhabit Ashkenazic culture. But I am suggesting that before we jump to interpretations that look past the animal heads for anthropocentric meaning, we should see the creatures as medieval viewers themselves likely would have, as depictions of beings that really existed. In a brief, posthumously published essay, the Oxford medievalist C.S. Lewis warned that a satisfactory theory of marvels in medieval literature, he's talking here about literature, not visual art, should deeply study marvels as things, in a sense, in the real world. Probably such things did not occur, but if no one in real life had either seen or thought he saw, or accepted on hearsay, or dreaded or hoped for any such things, the poet and romancer could do nothing with them. As anthropologists, we may want to know how belief in them originated, but it will illuminate the literary problem more if we can imagine what it would feel like to witness or think we had witnessed, or merely to believe in the things, what it would feel like and why. The medieval literary scholar Richard Firth Green has recently, and I think quite brilliantly, deployed this method in his study of medieval fairy tales, showing that texts that have often been read for their literary merit or political overtones must first and foremost be understood as literally true, at least in the eyes of those who narrated and heard them. According to Green, quote, the first task is not to establish what such fairies represent or exemplify or epitomize, but rather what they are, what cultural work they are doing. Literary diagnosis, I believe, should properly follow, not precede, the study of fairies as things. Let me give a quick example of how this method might be applied to medieval Hebrew manuscripts that are under consideration. I'm going to have a quick little sort of thought experiment first, and then a slightly more developed example towards the second half of the talk. One of the very last zoocephalic illuminated manuscripts produced in medieval Ashkenaz was the Hammelburg Machzor, completed circa 1350. This is an auspicious date, of course, given what I said before about coming out of a pandemic, and comes at the tail end of this genre of medieval Hebrew production in Ashkenaz as a result. Now, a machzor, for those who don't know, is a compilation of prayers and customs meant to guide Jewish worshippers through the liturgical year. And numerous illuminated versions survive from medieval Ashkenaz. The Hammelburg Machzor contains extensive illuminations, but only two in which Jewish figures are depicted zoocephalically. And we're looking at one of them here on the screen. It's an image of the lighting of the Hanukkah menorah. And the second, we've seen both of these earlier on, is a zoocephalic figure blowing the shofar, the ram's horn that's blown as part of the ritual for the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. Now, in both of these examples, it's difficult to discern which animal head this is meant to depict. But the head stands out in both cases, particularly in contrast to other figural images in the Codex. For example, this one, a picture of the binding of Isaac, in which all human faces are fully and forthrightly rendered. So we have Abraham, the angel, Isaac, presumably Ishmael down in the bottom right, or Abraham's servant. No qualms whatsoever about depicting their faces, which makes these examples stand out all the more. Now here I should note just in passing that somebody whose name came up in Marc's presentation and who I mentioned before, Lena Gertzman, has a forthcoming piece on this machzor with a quite ingenious explanation for the zoocephalism in these two images. I'm going to be going in a slightly different direction, but I hope potentially a complementary one. Now, while it's difficult to say with any certainty why the animal heads in these two images, a careful reading of the texts that accompany the illuminations on the page might provide us with a possible clue. The surrounding text here comes from the liturgy for the Musaf prayer, the additional service for Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish day, the Jewish New Year. And if we zone in on a particular line within the page, so we read as follows: all the inhabitants of Tevel and the dwellers in the land. Now, this is a quote from the book of Isaiah. Excuse me, I lost my place here on my page. Thank you, sorry. This is a verse from Isaiah chapter 18, which prophesies that at the time of the redemption, quote, all the inhabitants of Tevel and the dwellers of the land will hear the shofar's call. So this is a sort of a biblical reference to the blowing of the ram's horn of the shofar in a kind of an eschatological context. The way that the verse here juxtaposes Yoshvei Tevel, the inhabitants of Tevel, and Shochnei Aretz, the dwellers in the land, I think any biblical scholar, a modern biblical scholar, would tell you is meant as parallelism. These are two synonymous phrases which are repeated for emphasis, because Tevel often functions in biblical as well as in medieval Hebrew to mean the land, earth, in a way synonymous with Eretz or Adamah and other Hebrew terms that roughly are synonymous. However, medieval exegetes, when they found words doubled in this kind of parallel way, by and large, we're not content to say that these are synonyms which are simply reinforcing one another. There was what some modern biblical exegetical scholars call the omnisignificance of the biblical text, the idea that every word is there for a reason, and there is nothing extraneous, right, simply for literary effect. And what emerged over the course of the early and into the High Middle Ages was a sense that Tevel is not just a sort of a synonym for the earth on which we live, but actually refers to a separate earth, a kind of a bizarro world underneath the ground, according to some sources, 500 years journey beneath the ground, in which there are inhabitants whose lives mirror, but in some ways also are in the inverse of our own. And I'll give just one of many examples in the interest of time. This is from an early medieval cosmographical midrash called Seder Rabbah de Breshit, which describes how on Tevel, on this realm, which in context is buried beneath the ground, there are mountains and valleys and all their inhabitants. And some say that there are kinds of creatures on Tevel. Some of them have human-like heads and lion-like bodies, and others have lion-like heads and human-like bodies. And some have ox-like heads and human-like bodies, and others the opposite. And some look like snakes and have human-like bodies. Now, as the text goes on, we learn about more and more of the sort of menagerie of monstrous beings that live in this subterranean realm, including human beings with two heads, all manner, according to one version of this, 365 different kinds of sort of physically aberrant bodies who populate this underground realm. And according to Seder Rabbah de Breshit and the many, many medieval sources that inherit and transmit and augment this source, the creatures who live below ground are, in a certain sense, Judaized. The texts go to great lengths to show that they observe the law, that they follow both tort and family and ritual law. That is, that the creatures that live below ground, whether or not they're human, are at least Jewish. If we take a look at, at the context here of the blowing of the shofar, so might an artist depicting how the shofar is going to be blown by Kol Yoshvei Tevel V'Shochnei Eretz, all the inhabitants of the land, as well as the inhabitants of Tevel, have had a source like this one in mind? That is, might this actually be a depiction of a hybrid creature per se? So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the sort of reception history of this idea of Tevel, but as I mentioned, it percolates through literary sources, legal sources, mystical sources. It was quite ubiquitous over the course of the 13th, 14th, and even into the 15th centuries and later. When we skip ahead to the second example of a zoocephalic figure in the Hammelburg Machzor, the lighting of the menorah, so notably, once again, if you look at the text that accompanies it, there's a specific reference to Osei Tevel b'kocho, God who creates Tevel using his power. Now, again, in the context for the author of this liturgical poem, Tevel probably is functioning here in the same way as the earth, the land, any normal realm that human beings were believed to inhabit. But the repetition of the term and the repetition of the figural image across these two different contexts in which the term Tevel appears might lead us to wonder or to conclude, or at least to consider the possibility that these are hybrids sort of per se. That is, rather than a means of masking the human image, we might wonder whether the zoocephalism of the Hammelburg Machzor undercuts human ontological uniqueness altogether, or at least might it dramatically expand the category of humanity in sort of surprising and subversive ways. The hybrid creatures that it depicts in this line of thinking are not merely symbols or signs. They are, as C.S. Lewis might put it, things, in a sense, in the real world. Now, this brief sort of thought experiment looking just at these two images, I want to accompany by a slightly more developed case study that will move us from the final zoocephalic Ashkenazic manuscript, the Hammelburg Machzor, to the very first. And in the remainder of my time, I'd like to apply this approach to what maybe is the best known and most extensively studied zoocephalic image produced in medieval Ashkenaz, which appears in the Ambrosian Bible, the first extant manuscript with zoocephalism produced in medieval Ashkenaz. And we've heard a little bit about this manuscript already. Now, the Ambrosian Bible is a large 3-volume codex commissioned by Joseph ben Moses of and likely produced in or around Würzburg in the mid to late 1230s. We know from the colophon some more details about its composition, and the volumes are richly illustrated, with most of the images consisting of miniatures that decorate the opening words to the various books of the Bible. We'll see some examples in just a moment. But of the larger images that appear, so certainly the best known are these facing pages that come at the conclusion of the final volume. The image on the left depicts, as we'll see, three eschatologically significant beasts poised above a group of zoocephalic figures feasting at a lavishly set table, while the image on the right is an elaborate vision of the cosmos, including the heavenly spheres, celestial bodies, and the four angels who comprise God's chariot. Now, the images on these two folios, as I said, have been studied quite extensively, but often in isolation from one another. And as a result, I think one crucial iconographic detail, though it's hiding in plain sight, has thus far escaped notice. So let's start with the left-hand folio, which is divided into two interrelated sections. The top half of the page depicts three mythical beasts found in rabbinic literature: the Leviathan, the Behemoth or Shor Habar, and the Ziz Sadai. Let's see if I can move this around so people can get a better view. The red ox is the Shor Habar, the fish on the right is the Leviathan, and the winged griffin-like creature at the top is the Ziz Sadai. Each of these creatures is referred to obliquely in the text of the Bible, but their significance was amplified in rabbinic literature, where these creatures of land, sea, and air were invested with eschatological significance. I'm going to skip around a little bit here in the interest of time. Some rabbinic sources described, oh, there we go, sorry. These are some of the biblical references we'll skip over. Some rabbinic sources described an apocalyptic battle that would rage between the Leviathan and the Behemoth at the end of days. This is a motif that features prominently in later illuminated medieval manuscripts. But the sort of general consensus that emerged is that in the Ambrosian Bible, at least, there's a different rabbinic source text that is at play, according to which God, quote, preserved the flesh of the Leviathan and the Behemoth for the righteous to eat in the future, that is to say, in the world to come. Now, in this telling, the enormous and ferocious creatures of land, sea, and air are no match for God, who destroys them, transforming monsters into delicious meat, with which the righteous are to be rewarded in the next world. Now, the gastronomic import of these creatures carries through into the bottom image on the page, where the actual feast of the righteous, where these monstrous creatures will be consumed, is visually depicted. The banquet goers are seated at a table with crowns on their heads, and the table is set with food and utensils. We have a figure at the center raising a chalice of wine. Every detail here has a rabbinic sort of corollary in terms of proof texts that describe what this banquet will look like. And as a number of scholars have shown, even the imagery that we find in the page, would not only have resonated for a Jewishly learned viewer, but also for viewers who are attuned to the general mores of European courtly culture, the garments and the poses and the spatial configuration of the diners, the presence of musicians and so on, closely parallel depictions of noble banquets in contemporaneous written and visual sources. However, this seemingly straightforward decoding of the Feast of the Righteous image is complicated by a number of factors. And the first, of course, is the presence of the animal-headed diners. Many of the scholars who've analyzed the theological and cultural motifs on the page have generally mentioned that this zoocephalism is just another manifestation of a widespread artistic phenomenon, rather than recognizing that it's the first known manifestation thereof. And the at the time unprecedented appearance of the animal heads in this image is even more confounding, given that the Ambrosian Bible's use of zoocephalism was on the whole quite selective and far from uniform. Throughout the 3 volumes, the illuminator usually avoided drawing human faces, maybe out of concern for the second commandment, but they did so using much less outlandish methods than zoocephalism. So here are a number of examples of those illuminated miniatures at the beginning of the biblical books in which the faces are turned away. We've seen some examples of this already earlier today. We have faces sometimes even depicted fully and then later obliterated. That is, when animal faces appear, it's not because this was the only method that was known to the illuminator in order to obscure the human face. It seems to have been consciously chosen. Moreover, matters are further complicated when we lower our gaze from the diners to the banquet table. Because given the presence of Leviathan and Behemoth and the Ziz Sadai in the top of the frame, we'd expect to see a table that is laden with giant cuts of fish or beef or fowl. And instead, the banquet features only 2 readily identifiable foods: loaves of bread and individual whole red chickens. like the Cornish game hens there. Where is the Leviathan and behemoth meat that God preserved for the righteous? The blatant presence of the mythical animals in the top of the image only serves to highlight their absence in the bottom. Now, only one scholar, to my knowledge, has noted this discrepancy. It's Eva Formovic, who argued that this so-called iconographic error is explicable in light of the courtly register of the banquet scene. That is, these kinds of chickens or fowl would be eaten at a courtly banquet, and so that's why they're depicted here on the table. This is a helpful explanation, but maybe not fully helpful, given that the artist could easily have depicted cuts of beef on the table, which would have both been in accord with the courtly manners, and also would have conformed to the rabbinic source material. However, the astute observation that there's an iconographic error at play here might be approached from a different vantage point, namely from the upper left-hand corner of the facing page, where another red chicken features prominently. As I said before, this folio is a vision of the cosmos that encompasses both astronomy and angelology. In the center of the image, we have the heavenly spheres, we have the planetary bodies, and surrounding them at the four corners of the page are the angelic beasts of God's chariot, as described in Ezekiel 1. According to that text, the angels have four faces: a human, lion, oxen, and eagle head. And the human face, maybe not surprisingly given what we've seen so far, has been replaced here, but it's been replaced by a rooster. And this choice would have been readily explicable to the medieval viewers of this codex, because in Aramaic, the language of much of the classical rabbinic corpus, the word gever has two meanings. It means a human being, but it also means a rooster. And for many Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, the dual meaning of the word rendered the two interchangeable. Indeed, there are several customs that were widespread in medieval Ashkenaz that were predicated upon exactly this equivalency between man and fowl. So, for example, in the kaparot, or atonement ritual performed on the eve of Yom Kippur, Jewish men and women would grasp roosters and hens respectively, and symbolically transfer their sins onto the birds. Ashkenazic texts of the 12th through 14th centuries explicitly note that the transfer of sin to these scape chickens functions on account of the interchangeability of human and animal givarim. Rabbi Judah the Pious of Speyer similarly noted in the late 12th or early 13th century that one should not leave a freshly dug grave empty overnight, lest it attract impure forces. Rather, one should place a rooster, which is called a gever, in the empty grave as a temporary substitute for the human body for which the grave is intended. Other magical practices attributed to Judah the Pious similarly assume that demonic forces can be tricked into attacking roosters rather than humans under certain circumstances. And some particularly pious rabbis were even thought in medieval Ashkenaz to be able to transform themselves into roosters. For instance, an Ashkenazic hagiographic collection from circa 1300 describes how Ra'avan, Rabbi Eliezer ben Nathan, transformed himself into a rooster in order to launch a pecking attack against a rival communal leader in Cohen. The dual meaning of gever was so ingrained in Jewish culture that it penetrated scriptural interpretation as well. Thus, the city Etzion Gaber, mentioned in Numbers 33, was glossed by one 13th century German exegete as the city of roosters, supposedly referred to as such because it had roosters on the weather vanes atop its buildings. Now, the prominent placement of the red gever on folio 135, verso on the right, directly adjacent to the banquet scene, provides us with a different solution to the ostensible iconographic mistake on the facing page, namely the fact that the righteous are feasting on fowl rather than on leviathan or behemoth meat. The animal-headed humans on the table are poised to consume gvarim, humanoid animals. That is, what we have here is hybridity twice over. It would seem that the decision to portray the diners zoocephically was not incidental to the content of the scene. Rather, the web of visual associations between humans and animals extends from the diners to their meal. Indeed, the inseparability of the zoocephalism from the menu is apparent in the faces of the righteous diners, among whom are lion-headed, ox-headed, and eagle-headed figures, each of which precisely echoes the depictions of their corresponding animal in the adjacent divine chariot. These visual tie-ins indicate that the two illustrations are meant to be read in tandem, and hence that the red gever in Ezekiel's vision might be meant to be understood in relation to the red fowl being consumed in heaven. Who then is destined to eat whom in the world to come? Why is there a rabbinic vision of human consumption of animals at the end of days, here depicted in the guise of animal humans consuming human animals? The Ambrosian Bible renders these questions, I think, unavoidable, although it provides no definitive answers. But again, here I want to gesture, and I don't have time to go into them in detail, to the vast array of written texts circulating in the same time and place that address the question directly. Ashkenazic theological writings from the same chronological and geographic setting have the potential to fill in this gap, because for a range of Jewish exegetical and theological treatises composed in 13th century Germany, there is an extensive rumination upon what we might call animal eschatology. That is, the uncertain boundaries between humans and animals and their respective eligibility for eschatological salvation. These debates over animal spiritual standings consistently intersected with ruminations on the theological legitimacy of meat eating, such that human carnivorous was assumed to preclude any hopes for animal salvation, and vice versa. Now I'm going over time and I'm realizing I'm not going to get through everything that I hope to talk about, so let me quickly sum up some of that textual record that I think puts these visual sources casts them into an interesting light. In a number of written sources from 12th and 13th century German figures who lived in really exactly the same time and space in which this image was composed, that is the 1230s in and around Würzburg, we have discussions about animal resurrection from the dead, questions and sometimes sort of an explicit embrace of the idea that animals have souls that are akin to human souls and that they are eligible for the same kind of salvation at the end of days that human beings are, and real questioning, both from a moral and from a theological perspective, of whether human consumption of meat is licit, is justifiable, given that animals on a cellular level are identical to human beings. That is, that consumption of them might constitute murder. And in the course of these discussions, we have a number that I'll just gesture to of fascinating turns of phrase that seek to explicitly minimize the distinction between humans and animals in this kind of eschatological manner. Sources that describe human beings themselves as comprising meat, sources that describe how at the end of days, good humans will get to eat animals, but bad humans will find themselves consumed by animals. Even sort of plays on words. There's one etymology that's provided in one of these 13th century German texts that describes Adam, the Hebrew word Adam or man, not as coming from Adamah. That's the typical etymology that a human being is created out of dust, and that's where the word Adam comes from, but as an acronym for Ani Dam Kibehema, that a human being, Adam, is made of blood in the same sense that an animal is. That is a real attempt to mitigate any kind of conceptual distinction between the two. So between the Hammelburg Machzor and the Ambrosian Bible, from two different vantage points at two different moments in historical time, we see a kind of a blurring of human-animal boundaries in these kind of zoocephalic figures in which, at least arguably, the point is precisely the blurriness. The animal head is not a mask. It's in some sense meant to complicate or to undermine or to subvert notions of human ontological uniqueness that were certainly circulating in the same time as well, but it's this other perspective, this other body of sources, this other sort of possible way of thinking about human-animal boundaries that I think comes across and is suggested in some of these works of art and in the written texts that they need to be seen as in dialogue with. More to say, but I think we've overprogrammed. Thank you all so much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you for that. And just as a reminder, we'll be taking questions from both presenters at the end of both talks. Do you want your laptop back? No? Okay. Our next speaker and final speaker for today's proceedings is Professor Susan Einbinder, Professor of Hebrew and Judaic Studies at the University of Connecticut. From 1993 to 2012, she taught Hebrew literature at the Hebrew Union College in Cincinnati. She's published 3 books: Beautiful Death, Jewish Poetry and Martyrdom from Medieval France, Princeton; No Place of Rest, Jewish Literature, Expulsion and the Memory of France, Penn; and After the Black Death, Commemoration and Plague Among Iberian Jews, also Penn. A new book, Writing Plague, Jewish Responses to the Great Italian Plague, is scheduled to appear later this year. In 2017, she was elected a Fellow of the Medieval Academy of America.
a recipient of fellowships from the National Humanities Center, the Institute for Advanced Study, and the Guggenheim Foundation. She has recently held visiting faculty appointments at Brown University and the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. She is an ordinary of the Hebrew Union College. Her paper today is entitled City Mouse and Country Mouse, Jews, Rodents, and Plague. Let me get the talk and then.
It's hard to be last today. Thank you to our hosts, Zrinka, Beth, and the indefatigable Erin. And I all day I've just been hearing in my head, Matovu Naim, Shevet Achim Gam Yachad, right? I mean, it's just such a gift to actually be in a live space with other humans and to feel why we do this, right? So I'm very grateful to you for persevering. The Rothschild Pentateuch, which has brought us all here, has been learnedly probed since morning by an impressive group of experts. And given my continuing focus on plague, I really wasn't sure what I might bring to the table. I was saved by the codex itself, which includes 2 representations of rodents. The first from Parashat Masaot, with the text from Numbers 31, verse 1 following, shows an owl in the upper right who has caught a rodent by the tail. And I think that rodent is going to live. His cousin in the second folio. All right, so there you see a second image. And this rodent is not so lucky. Here at the beginning of Deuteronomy 33, V'zot ha'bracha, a cat has him securely by the middle. I'm not as qualified as some of you to weigh in on what is happening here, but I can make 2 observations. One is that the illustrator has rendered respectively a sylvatic, a wild rodent, and a commensal, a domestic or peri-domestic rodent, the proverbial country mouse and city mouse, with their respective predators. Second, the failed attempt to grab the rodent adorns the death of Aaron, and I think you can actually see that closely there. And the successful attempt looms over the death of Moses. The death of Moses is also a prelude to conquest, borders, and expulsion of unwanted locals, a narrative trajectory perhaps anticipated by the cat with her prey. Amidst a sea of hybrids and mythological creatures, these rodents seemed very, well, real, as if the artist knew what a Jewish householder in northern France might be up against in 1296, and that is what intrigued me. Today's talk situates these images among a cluster of roughly contemporary others to explore the spaces of Jewish rodent encounters on the eve of the Black Death. Rodents, of course, are the primary, not the only, but in Europe especially, the primary animal host for Yersinia pestis, the plague bacillus, which is transmitted from a rodent to a human by a flea vector, sometimes also lice. And you're all familiar with the old myth that medieval Jews were less afflicted by plague than their Christian neighbors. This is a myth that has been invoked to explain plague-related violence against Jews during the Black Death. It is equally a myth that has been popular among Jews who claim superior Jewish hygiene deterred disease. And Josh Teplitsky has surveyed all sides of this claim in a brilliant article in the AJS review that's worth reading. In fact, we know too little about the material conditions of medieval Jewish life as they might matter for plague. Indeed, we know very little of Jewish experience during the Black Death, which has been subordinated to the more familiar tropes of anti-Jewish violence. Even facts of statistical mortality elude us. There is no evidence that Jewish communities exhibited superior immunity to plague in the 14th century or after, but there's very little evidence of what their experience of plague was at all. So this talk asks what a rodent-sized view might contribute to this question. And I've drawn 3 texts, 2 illustrated, that in different ways disclose the everyday presence of rodents in Jewish life. Isaac ibn Sahua's Mishal HaKadmoni and the Sefer Hasidim are both 13th century compositions, and a third text by Chaim Vital offers a 16th century contrast. Akhbar in Hebrew does not distinguish among rodent types like Latin, and I leave unresolved the precise category of these rodents. They may be rats or mice. The medieval texts distinguish only between commensal and sylvatic species, perhaps by default also distinctions of size. The examples demonstrate that mice, rats, and other rodent species cross the radar and geography of Jewish life in multiple ways, opening a way to describe a plague ecology for these communities. Significantly, the movement of rodents also exposes a range of Jewish mobilities that has epidemiological as well as social meaning. In these illustrations, rodents are nuisances, not carriers of disease, although Vital's perspective is notably medicalized. The medieval text's emphasis on food spoilage comes in the context of a trans-European and Mediterranean grain network under increasing market and climate stress at the end of a medieval warming period. Thus, these representations light up the connections between urban and rural, inside and outside spaces that plague historians have been increasingly drawn to elucidate, giving us a freeze frame of multi-species mobilities on the eve of the Black Death. It is not coincidental that they show up in the Rothschild Pentateuch and in Jewish writing at the time they do. By the mid to late 13th century, there were probably more rodents around, and that too would make a pandemic difference. Isaac ibn Sahula completed his Mishal HaKadmoni in Castile in the late 13th century, and the work consists of 5 books, each featuring a debate between a cynic and a moralist who illustrate their arguments with fables or tales, whose protagonists also tell fables or tales in a complex Russian doll kind of structure. And book 3 opens with the cynic's tale of a peasant from Tugrama who grows silkworms and takes them on a 3-day journey to a city market. Tugrama likely refers to Sicily, where crude silk was produced at this period, but as with other tales in this work, Ibn Sahula may be camouflaging a local setting. The peasant also carries stones, which the silk merchant will buy to sharpen weapons. So he's most likely got some form of quartz, which is quarried in northern Iberia. Ibn Sahula's moralist responds with the tale of a king from the hill country in the Holy Land, perhaps another coded Iberian setting. The king tells a tale of a rat, a weasel, and a shepherd. The weasel admonishes the rat with the tale of a miser outside Safed who exploits travelers carrying drugs and spices. And this book will close with a glutton whose immoderate feasting is observed by a wretched beggar, servants, and a sage. So book 3's interwoven stories expose a wide Mediterranean network of movement and trade in which Jews played important roles. Silk moved around the Mediterranean, coming from the east and Sicily and making its way to eager buyers in Castile. In Paris, Jewish women taught Christian guildsmen to weave and dye silk. In parts of Italy, Jews dominated the silk dye work. Jews figured also in the expanding trade in textiles from the west eastward and in the market for spices and pharmaceuticals moving in the opposite direction. Book 3's miser entertains a merchant carrying a potent antidote he has brought back from the east, and a hunter carrying poison to anoint his arrows. The shepherd has constructed a temporary hut in the mountains. With surplus milk, he makes cheese, which is quickly discovered by two rodents, a chulda and an achbar. It's usually translated as weasel and rat. And the two animals appear one after the other in Leviticus 11:29, where they are prohibited for consumption. Real weasels are rat and mouse predators, but in the fable, they amiably share underground quarters. The rat even offers to share his future cheese heist with the weasel. And when the weasel warns him to avoid the shepherd's baited trap, he ignores her advice and meets a predictable end. We're fortunate to have illustrations of the trap, one from the Lavis Rothschild Miscellany, which is a 15th century manuscript, and from several other early manuscripts and early print editions. This one is 1547, right? The same, in fact, another one there too, right? There he's inside. The same model trap appears in a 15th century Christian painting produced in southern France, the famous Merode altarpiece, with its depiction of Joseph fashioning a mouse trap, while Mary in the center of the triptych tends to events of more global significance. And the mouse traps are very similar, although the shepherd, again, camps in the mountains and the Holy Family in town. So urban, peri-urban, and rural spaces are traversed by knowledge as well as by humans, animals, and goods. Again, these rats and mice are a nuisance, not a threat. Ibn Sahula's weasel and rat are sylvatic, wild species. They're not naturally found in domestic spaces, but they adapt their normal patterns of movement to take advantage of the shepherd's cheese. Their city cousins behave similarly. The chief author of the Sefer Hasidim, Judah Hasid, died in 1217. But as Ivan Marcus reminds us, multiple recensions of his writings constituted a cottage industry after his death. And David is the big expert on this book, so I won't say too much. But the Bologna edition that contains the following passage may have been born in France, outside of Paris, I assume a bit later. And I am taking Regensburg, Judah's home and a pietist redoubt, as our geographical backdrop. In paragraph 1008, we read, someone asked the sage, rodents have eaten from my bread. May I eat from it? And the sage responded, why not? He answered him, lest I forget my learning, Talmudic. I'm wary of eating anything that might cause forgetting my learning, but now I'm hungry. The sage replied, you are not culpable unless you deliberately remove your studies from your heart. He's quoting the Mishnah there. I see that you are not occupied with Torah, but idle when you might be. All day you do nothing, the Torah says, but go about with ignoramuses and listen to their foolishness. It would be better for you if you didn't avoid foods that caused forgetfulness, so you might forget some of your foolish doings. This lovely text draws on a Talmudic passage, Horayot 13b, which lists foods that are good or bad for memory. The detail about the rodents is peculiar and its origins unclear. Babylonian medical and magical texts preserve recipes to inhibit field pests, but not domestic ones. Other rabbinic passages assert that mice are hybrid. They're half made of earth, adama, and half Vassar, flesh, an unnatural hybridity that may have caused unease, however, not forgetfulness. Likewise, neither Dioscorides nor Galen associates rodent-spoiled foodstuffs with memory loss. The sage invokes a Mishnaic passage, Avot 3:8, which does state that someone who forgets one word of his learning endangers his soul or his life, unless he's someone who struggles with learning. That person is guilty only if he deliberately sets his learning aside. So the rabbi's opinion of his interlocutor is clear. So too, it's clear that mice or rats in the pantry could be a problem. The medieval Jewish communities of Ashkenaz and Sfarad did not live in ghettos, while many communities clustered in neighborhoods or quarters. These were porous spaces, rarely exclusively Jewish. They were often situated close to market and traffic centers. Discriminatory housing was not a concern. And in contrast, the early modern ghettos are often deliberately situated in undesirable parts of a city. They're crowded, damp, often with multi-story buildings and wretched sanitation. So the Jewish quarter in Carpentras did not have its own fountain and water supply until the 18th century. And these are not healthy conditions for humans, although they may appeal to certain types of fleas and rodents. Ironically, early modern plague epidemics often saw a delayed onset in the ghetto because Christian authorities would put the ghetto under closure so quickly. But once inevitably the plague gets in, the results are catastrophic. So my point is we really can't analogize from that situation to the medieval Jewish living conditions. Happily, the excavation of Regensburg's Jewish quarter has taught us a lot about their housing. Although the original medieval dwellings were wood or wood on stone, the early 13th century saw them all converted to stone on stone foundations, a significant rodent deterrent. Underground pathways connected an astonishing number of cellars. There was a bakery, a warehouse, a slaughterhouse, but no granary. Atypically, the handsome synagogue opened onto the Christian market area. The main street, wide enough for carts, led to the highways and to the river. The quarter was not exclusively inhabited by Jews, and very few of the houses were owned by them. Where did Jews get grain and mill it into flour? And surprisingly, we don't know much about this. However, grain from Castile to Cologne was cash. Secular and ecclesiastical lords paid presents in grain, and lords and peasants made purchases and paid debts in grain too. Jews took grain as payment and pledges, and occasionally we find them accused of speculating in grain markets. In some parts of medieval Europe, Jews took over Christian mills. In one case, we know of a granary, but they are not restricted to Jewish use. More often, Jews are using Christian mills, and Safir Barzilai has just published an article showing that Jews in Ashkenaz also supervised milling of their flour in Christian mills. Grain mattered. Across Europe, as the warmer, crop-friendly years of the medieval climate anomaly yielded to cycles of bad harvests, municipalities started buying grain to resell it to distributors who would bring it to town. Purchased there, it would be sent back out to be milled. So Jewish grain was unlikely to be stored near their housing, although flour may have been. More likely, Jews also rented space in Christian warehouses outside the city walls. Not all Jewish communities even have bakeries, which meant renting space or buying Christian bread. If our hungry protagonist does not spend his time reading, neither apparently does he do much else productive. His bread has no provenance or history, and he and his tiny visitor have no families. Nor is this Jew a medical man. His worry is not medicalized, but religious. The Jew's memory is good enough to have retained some youthful association to the passage in Horayot 13b. Given the rich legacy of late antique memory practices in Ashkenaz, this makes sense and testifies to the circulation of memory texts and practices linked to do and don't foods. Other things circulate too. Rats move from granaries to mills and into town on carts. Mice, even in Regensburg's stone dwellings, move through urban spaces and human barriers. Grain moves from field to pantry. And the mysterious association of memory loss with rodents moved also from the rabbinic text our poor Jew wasn't studying to a medieval urban legend. Whatever they did to your memory, rodents were ubiquitous. Accordingly, Jews kept books in trunks, and monks lamented their nibbled manuscripts. One canon discussion even treats the problem of a mouse-nibbled Eucharist. Mice and rats show up even more in early modern sources, Jewish and Christian. We find them in literature, art, and also in municipal regulations, which have budgets for rat catchers, street cleaners, and the disposal of dead animals littering the streets. Chaim Vital's Kabbalah Ma'asit Alchemia belongs to this newer sensibility. Among its wealth of medieval and early modern recipes, many treat practical topics ranging from metalwork and medicine to making soap or detergent or textile dyes. One whole section features recipes for repelling or eradicating various pests: fleas, bedbugs, lice, ants, worms, slugs, snakes, and rodents. So Vital took a multi-pronged approach to household rodents, ranging from repellents to poisons. The simplest repellent is water, he says, because mice only chew clothing for the moisture. Set out a bowl of water and save your shirts. An escalated response could employ arsenic, what he calls realgar. Since mice, however, are cautious eaters, a little flour or oil mixed with spices or cheese should be added to camouflage the poison. Even better, a mix of two types of arsenic was preferred. White arsenic, the more lethal, was also more likely to excite suspicion, but a small amount could be mixed with a weaker yellow arsenic with flour and cheese, and then placed by the mouse holes. Just to cover all bases, Vital adds instructions for a rodent repellent amulet. These images should be drawn on 4 unused clay pots. 1 pot goes in each corner. Over the first pot, say, "Leave this house and never return to it. This house is forbidden to you." Over the second pot, say, "Mice, mice, leave this house in the secret name of God who has created you and do not return." Over the third pot, say, "Mice, mice, leave this house and do not return from this day until the resurrection of the dead." Over the fourth pot, say, "Mice, mice, soon none of you will remain in this house, soon, soon." Despite the amulet's medieval roots, there's a striking change between the medieval texts and Vital's. Vital manages rodents with new technologies, drugs especially, deployed as boundary markers as much as toxins. His rodents also come in families and less as food predators than destroyers of textiles, which is noteworthy in a port city and major textile center. They're not associated with disease, but the arsenal amassed to control them suggests that they are associated with sanitation and a greater urban sensibility that linked public and domestic hygiene with health. Did the mice and rats notice the difference? Yes, because they adapted too. From ships and ports, black rats moved inland. From granaries, they found human dwellings, foods, and textiles. In Europe, brown rats, larger and fonder of cellars and damp, replaced black ones. And the best proof of all is that they all, rats, mice, weasels, rodents, are very much still here. The medieval texts also capture a European period of growth and productivity that is beginning to come under strain. The cyclic famines of the mid to late 13th century were triggered by drought, floods, changes in land use, and the depredations of war. By the early 14th century, we will see governments intervening to stockpile grain, regulate grain prices, monitor fraud, and protect grain warehouses from enemy attack. The Great Famine ravaged Europe between 1317 and 21. Regional harvest failures and famines appear throughout the 1330s. The Black Death is around the corner. Seeing the rodents in human, Jewish human spaces, commodities, and mobilities is a first step toward understanding their mutual encounter with the plague. The passage from the Rothschild Pentateuch's country rodent to the city peasant also points a Jewish journey from near death and exile to annihilation at home. But it is more than sacred narrative. These texts and images preserve a larger multi-species landscape of competing histories and destinies, a freeze-frame picture of the easy traffic across urban and rural, Jewish and Christian, human and rodent spaces on the eve of the Black Death. And rodents are not crossing Jewish radar around 1300 because they are medical menaces. They are, however, plentiful. And this is my final point. There are more of them, just as there are more people who live in bigger towns and cities and denser housing. The movement of grain and meat and cheese from country to town has intensified, and so has a taste for luxury commodities, silks and high-end textiles, spices and pharmaceuticals, on ships and in grain carts and granaries, mills and bakeries, and bread boxes and walls. Rodents have been thriving, and then they won't. First, it will be the harvest, then the droughts and flooding, the shift to colder weather, and the wars of human beings. Then Yersinia pestis, which is already moving across Asia and will land in Crete in the summer of 1347. But insofar as we can tell from the snapshot before that catastrophe, there's nothing to suggest that Jewish communities or spaces should fare any differently from those of Christians. More research will tell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for two just fabulous and stimulating papers. So apparently there is one question already on Zoom, and then I can also take questions from in the room. So the first question was from Nancy Van Dusen. I don't know if I need to unmute you or.
Thank you very much for these papers, lovely papers. This is a question for David Shyovitz. I'm intrigued with the music instruments, and they're not of your animal characters, your hybrid characters. And they're not just blown instruments. One could imagine that could be used liturgically, ceremonially. But also there's a wonderful, either a rebec or a viol in your eschatological feast. Do you have some thoughts about the propensity to, for the animal, at least with their animal heads, to bear and also to perform on instruments?
What a great question, thank you. The short answer is that this is not something that I've really looked into in any kind of depth. I can think of at least one article that was published pretty recently about musical instruments in medieval Hebrew illuminated manuscripts that I'd be happy to send a reference to. To the extent that I've looked at it in that particular image, it was as part of the general courtly tenor of the scene. I think the people who've looked at that image and identified it with that eschatological banquet have tended to see it in that perspective. The different details, the wine, the musical instruments, the food, as I said, the poses have been read against that backdrop. So I don't have anything particularly, unfortunately, innovative to say beyond what's been pointed out already. But thank you for calling attention to it.
Okay, our second question.
Hi, I wondered, and this is a question also, I'm curious about the avoidance possibly of cannibalism. I noticed that none of the bird heads in the feast amongst the feasters were red, whereas the food itself is red bird. So I wondered if that is possibly to avoid, if the rooster is rooster man, then neither way would you want them eating a rooster or a man eating the rooster man.
Yeah, no, this is a great question as well. And if I'm not 100% sure about this, there is somebody who I mentioned, Alina Gertzman, who's
She mentions that the eagle is not consuming
Exactly.
any chicken.
So
The eagle
this-
says, I'll have the fish. Right?
So this is a forthcoming article in Getty, where she, again, from a different vantage point, somewhat overlapping, but ultimately our conclusions are different, where she has treated this scene, and she points out exactly that point. One could speculate already by the 1230s, conceivably, about fear about blood libel or ritual murder accusations. This is not, unheard of by the early 13th century in Germany necessarily. But I wouldn't go there, without more evidence, I don't think. So yeah, I would, again, to keep referring people to articles, I would refer you to the discussion there. Yeah, that's I don't have anything else on that.
Yeah, next question.
Just a quick context question. You mentioned Yeshvei table, you were talking about Sefer Rabbah de Bereshit, which I assume is not the same as Sefer Bereshit Rabbah. And I was wondering if you could give 2 sentences on what Sefer Rabbah de Bereshit is, as opposed to what we normally think of as Bereshit Rabbah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I keep myself not as definite myself. So if I go the text is say there, Rabbah de Bereshit. It's a midrashic sort of spatial tour of the cosmos, in which the 7 spheres of the heavens, which are pretty well known from other rabbinic sources, are juxtaposed with 7 spheres of the earth, which is seemingly an innovation of this text. If you think of sort of an onion, with the center of the earth at the center of the onion, so you have concentric spheres of the heavens, and then again, the innovation of this text is that those concentric spheres also extend below the earth, so you have the earth that we live on, but then underneath it there are 6 more subterranean realms. And the one that gets the most attention and that's most interesting for my purposes is this realm of Tevel, which is constructed, as sort of a home for all of these monstrous beings. It's hard to say. It's understudied. The best article on it is by Peter Schaefer. He dated it to the early Gaonic period, but not on the basis of much evidence, as far as I can tell. It appears, it's reworked subsequently over the course of the Middle Ages. The best known example for people who know medieval Midrash is Midrash Cohen, which internalizes a lot of the content and sort of transmits it and augments it.
From Zoom, we've got time for a little bit more.
Yes, okay. So first of all, thank you so much. This was such a great introduction for me. My first introduction to Hebrew manuscript culture and illustration. But, and forgive me if you mentioned this, I stepped out for 5 minutes. Dr. Shyovitz, in your last slide, you mentioned the symbolism, the end of day symbolism, and it struck me, there was lion, ox, eagle, and rooster. And immediately I thought, is there a connection to the lion, ox, eagle evangelist symbols in Christianity? I know the rooster is not there, with Matthew being an angel, the symbol. So is there anything biblically or within the realm of manuscript illustration that you come across between those two?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right to point to this. They're both the image that I was looking at and those depictions of the evangelists are drawn from the first chapter of Ezekiel, right? The correspondence between the angels of God's chariot and in the case of the evangelists, right? The sort of correspondence between the 4 of them. And just to take that a little bit further, some of the people who've studied medieval zoocephilism have pointed to a couple of examples in Christian visual culture, right, of the evangelists being depicted actually as human bodies with animals' heads. And that's, I think, maybe the closest corollary you find to a lot of the Ashkenazic examples that I was looking at. They're not as widespread, they're not as ubiquitous, so it's an imperfect comparison, I think, at best. But they're certainly drawing on the same scriptural precedents. And again, the innovation, I think, in the case of this particular example from the Hebrew Illuminated manuscript is the substitution of the rooster for the human being, predicated on that pun that I was talking about. But they're certainly both drawing on the same scriptural source.
Thank you.
Susan, we were chatting before in the break, and I was wondering if anybody noticed that you proved me wrong in showing in the very last picture, there is a figure exposing his rear end. And I have to confess that as I worked through the whole manuscript, I thought, okay, no rear ends, except on the very last page. But it's a scene that I think pretty clearly shows a curative process. It's a figure with a vial and the guy's bending over to receive the curative. So I find it very suggestive based on everything you just taught us, that it appears on the very same page as the rodent. And I'm wondering to what degree people in 1297 understood that rats brought disease. They have no idea.
These are not medical, they do not anywhere associate rodents with disease, except for amnesia, which maybe you can help me with, but no, absolutely not. The rodent connection isn't discovered until 1894. So, and that's the third pandemic. It's India and Hong Kong, right? So, but what they do, it's the same reason that they understand textiles and plague as a connection. Use clothes, flea markets, right? They don't know it's because of fleas, but they get somehow that clothes are a problem. But no, they don't make any direct association of rodents. They make a sanitation connection, but sometimes that can mean, like in later plague outbreaks, it can mean killing all the stray cats and dogs in the streets, which really isn't going to inhibit your rodent population, right? So, no, they just do not get it.
Okay, other than being traumatized by the etymology of flea market, I believe there's at least one or two additional questions.
Thank you. And thank you all for everything you've had to contribute today. I've learned so very, very much and taken away everything from Katrin's transcultural entanglement to Susan's Jewish rodent encounters as wonderful little phrases to take away. You have, this is really a question for everybody in the room or everybody who's spoken. You've pointed to narrow and some broad subjects for future research on this manuscript. I wonder about plans for a facsimile, and I also would like to hear what you think are the potentially most fruitful avenues for further research.
Getting together with other people and listening. I'm just still thinking about the medical image here. I have to think about it. And I think that the most fruitful thing for me today has been having so many, one after the other, having us say, well, I have to think about that, right? I haven't, we need time to work this out, or this is, for me, this is a preliminary stage of a product. And ideally, what I would like to do next is to really sort of, as Katrin was doing, is to map as much as I can the effect, the impact of the Black Death on these specific communities where these images come from, right? And see what comes out of that. But I've just learned so much. I mean, that for me is the best the best thing I can see is the wave of the future is to keep talking to people.
I'm all for talking to people as well. I guess I'll just flag one thing, and it's not related to what I spoke about or really what anybody spoke about, but something that has been notable in its absence in the discussion has just been text scholarship on the actual contents. And one thing that occurred to me in my preliminary leafing through the images that were shared with us there's a number of really interesting marginal glosses with trying to think how to say this in English, Girsa issues, issues of variants, thank you. So there, some reader at some point noted different places, for example, in Rashi's commentary, where what they were reading either was missing something or differed from other recensions that they may have seen. I originally thought I might speak about this and try to say something interesting about the manuscript based on what versions of Rashi's commentary were available to the copyists, but there's probably lots more that could be done on that front, and that wouldn't be for the art historians necessarily, but this could go in lots of other directions with lots of other specialists. So I would just flag that as an additional direction to go in, and turn it over to Adam.
Hey, Liz, it's Adam. I don't know if you can see me. To answer your question, I would love to see a version of Lillian Randall's Images in the Margins that includes all the Hebrew examples, and it would be a huge work. And but fortunately, Marc Epstein has plans to undertake such a thing. So what else would you like?
To work on. A lot of people have to work on that together. It's not, I mean, it's a big project. So that's certainly a desideratum. In terms of facsimile, having printed out the 1,000 pages, I don't think anybody will be interested in all 1,000 pages, but maybe Beth has some insights.
Yeah, I have talked to a few facsimile makers, and the looks of horror on their faces at the idea of doing an 1,000-page facsimile pretty much squash those efforts. But I am hopeful that this conference and future work on the manuscript will result in hopefully some kind of monograph that is also a partial facsimile, at least, of the manuscript. But I will also let you all know that some of the scholars today have been discussing the fact that I was able to send them a full image thing. We've just updated our website, and I'm hoping at some point we will be able to put all 1,000 pages at least online to make them available for all scholars. And one last thing is, part of the reason that this got delayed for 2 years was so that we could bring all these scholars here in person, because tomorrow the group of us is going to spend all afternoon looking at the manuscript and discussing a lot of these issues, because there is such a need to see the original, as many people have mentioned today.
Okay, well, we are on time despite the delays of the fire alarm. And before we go and eat and forget all of the learning that we've had, I want to thank all of our speakers today for totally brilliant and exciting and compelling papers. Thank our organizers for this first day of work. Thank the staff of CMRS-CEGS for, other than a fire alarm, which is not your fault, a totally seamless and brilliantly managed conference. And thank you all for being here, both virtually and physically.